Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Rohit Sardana. Mr. Ramanan would be joining us in 5 minutes at 10:05, and we will, start with the session as soon as he joins. Meanwhile, I'll take this opportunity to introduce what we do, and happy to, take your questions, feedback, etc. This is the first time that we're doing something like this. The School of AI is largely stems from the fact that we are essentially a upskilling company. We work with over 1 million college students and help them understand technology, help them understand various tech stacks, etc. Through the brands that we work with. So essentially, we work with Google, Microsoft, etc., etc., and do hackathons, do boot camps, do virtual sessions, and physical sessions in a pre-pandemic world in colleges, etc. And that's the journey that we want to now take it up to school. So we want to enter your schools, and we will seek your help as and when things improve, the country becomes better and normal again. We want to come to your schools and conduct hackathons, etc., etc., and give you the real practical knowledge of what's happening in the tech and design and other ecosystems in the industry. We've been doing these hackathons on virtual platforms. Some of you would have joined in our previous hackathons. Some of you would have won some previous hackathons, would have won previous hackathons, and and that's what we are now trying to do. Yes, the session has started. There are a lot of questions. 10:05 is when I am expecting Mr. Ramanan to join us and talk to you all on the future of education, especially when the national education policy has just come into the picture, wherein there is a effort by the government of India to start teaching coding from class 6 onwards, and that's what our endeavor also is. We want to, while you learn coding in the school through your faculties, through your teachers, we want to we want to give you the practical exposure of that coding. So we want to give you industry challenges. We want to ask you to build solutions which industry could adopt, and we want to at some stage encourage entrepreneurship from the young age, and that's the whole platform of Incubate IND. You should look at our website and give us your feedback. We currently, are running hackathon with Australian partners, with Nestle Indonesia, and so on and so forth. So be with us. Look at look at our website, look at our social handles, join our official Telegram link, and during the next 2-3 hours, we will keep pushing those links to you. So join us there. Be part of the tech community, help each other, learn from each other, and that's the thing that I wanted to say. So thank you so much. Thank you for being there today. We will keep bringing such innovative, such learning platforms more often. Our 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 next two properties are School of Code and the Innovation Olympiad, and the information with your school and you individually shall be shared in maybe next week or so. So that's where we stand. Over to my colleague and the host of the day, Anamika, and all the best. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Um, it's a pleasure to have all of you here, and it's very nice to know that you all could make to today's event. Those of you who are attending this kind of an event for the first time, and there's a little request. Um, there are certain do's and don'ts I would like to recommend before we start the session, before Mr. Ramanan and other speakers join in. First of all, is that we have to be very courteous and polite when we are writing over here, right? Language should be very nice. Stay here, keep a bottle of water with you. It's going to be a long session, but it is going to be an interactive session. All the questions that you have, please put it in the chat. And when you put it on the chat, have little patience, because we would, the speaker might take a little time to address them. Just in case you feel that your question has not been answered, have patience, we'll get you the answers for those also, right? There are a few more things that you have to be aware of while you're here. One thing is that we will be interacting with the mentors. So when we are interacting with the mentors, uh, your questions should be related to the topic that you are learning today about artificial intelligence. Stay, like, let's not digress from that place. And we will also be inviting your school maybe in some time to interact with us directly. The principals are here, the teachers are here, so I expect you all to be at the best of your behavior. And happy learning. Just give me 2 minutes time and I'll get back to you. We're waiting for our speaker to arrive. Um, okay. So Ramanan has joined. He'll be addressing you in a while. In the meantime, how many of you already know about artificial intelligence? Have you been courses with us? Okay, Nikki, you're already there, I guess. Yes? Is there a problem because I can already see you here? Okay, so some of you are here for the first time. Thank you for being here. Okay, like Rohit mentioned that we are already into a lot of tech events and activities with the students. In last 4 months, when everything was closed and everything was under lockdown, we had a great opportunity to interact with the students from across the country. Some of you have already participated, as Rohit said, in our events. So we do a variety of events throughout the year, and we work with the students. And in these last few months, we have done a lot of activities like design thinking challenge and a hackathon. So where we invite the leaders in design thinking to speak to the children, to teach them about design thinking, and then further take them to a challenge. We have done a lot of activities in terms of training children on basics of Python, and and on artificial intelligence and web development. So these are the things that we have already done with the students. So here what we have to do today is, when we decided to do this event, it was all because we got an encouragement from the students who have worked with us. So we have worked with around 2,500 students already. So it was their encouragement that pushed us to do this kind of an event at this scale. Yeah. Sandeep, can I know where's your origin operation place? Okay, we are from Delhi. And Yes, give me 1 second, please.
Hi, some last minute connectivity issue. We're just getting Mr. Ramanan in. Just give us 1 more minute, maybe 2 more minutes. And I see a lot of questions coming in. Hackathon. We've been doing these hackathons with a lot of schools, a lot of colleges, of course. We did design hackathon 3 rounds with schools, and I see one or two winners also who are part of this ecosystem. As we speak today, we have people we have people joining. We've today people joined us from New Zealand, from Dubai, from other countries. So this is becoming like a large uh, ecosystem around AI in schools, and we are grateful for your support and presence today on a Saturday morning. I actually should have started this with asking you if all of you are well during these tough times. I missed it. I'm sorry. I hope all of you and your family are doing well, and 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 pandemic and corona has stayed away from you. And I hope and wish and pray that it always stays away from you. So like typically that happens in event. We are running 5 minutes late, I think. Now let's see. What is hackathon? Yeah, I think Ayush has answered it pretty nicely. Hackathon is where you create solutions for real life problems, real world problems as we call them as, wherein companies come together. So for an example, the biggest hackathon is currently being done by Government of India, wherein they're asking solutions for video conferencing apps. They're asking solutions for other indigenous Indian made apps. So from a standpoint of Indianized company for TikTok, Indianized company for Zoom, and so on and so forth, and young minds like yourself, developers, students, innovators, are creating those solutions and trying to give it to the government. And government today is offering a lot of grants to the best ideas for development and deployment both. So that's what that happens. There are a lot of yes. Ghana has launched the arrival of TikTok. There is this Chingari app that has come. There are more. I think Roposo is doing something, and so on and so forth. So you guys have a great chance of creating ideas like that. Yes, I mean, and we do courses on AI, robotics, coding, design thinking, and so on and so forth. We're not again see our courses are very different in terms of we don't teach one to many. We take about a maximum of about 40 odd students and teach them real time in a practical environment. So we are not about video content. Our faculty go live with the students. They interact real time. They solve questions real time. They ask you to create things real time, and that's the way we we do. I think give us 2 more minutes, Suryansh. He's there. We're just trying to understand. We're just trying to connect with him. He has some issues in terms of connectivity. Just give us 2 more minutes. No, I don't work for Rajtak. I wish I was, but I don't work for Rajtak. Yes, a chatbot is a machine-based algorithm which replies using your keywords and pre-fed data and replies to you. Just go to IRCTC website, go to HDFC website and interact with chatbots. They will understand your uh, questions with the using some keywords and try and answer to you using your keywords. So imagine if you write, I have a issue in locating my bank. They will try and answer you on the location. If you try, you know, I have a issue with my ATMs. Yeah. How many of you are joining us for the workshop today? Kushagra, it will happen here only. Just be with us. Ayush, this is more interaction for now. The real workshop happens. I don't know. I think you guys have missed the whole program. So let me take you through what we're trying to do today. We also have a amazing set of speaker coming up this after this session. We are still locating with Mr. Ramanan is. He was there with us and now we can't reach out to him. Maybe he'll join. There are speakers like so we have a Harvard professor, Harvard alumni. He's a rescue pilot. He's India's top 10 leading technologist. He works for Singapore Airlines and Air Vistara in the capacity of CTO or a CIO. He's a top boss. He's built robots. He has 17 or 18 odd patents to him. He's talking to you. We have the ex-co-founder of Minecraft coming and talking to you. We have somebody from Google who's trying to talk to you on artificial intelligence in education. And then we have a workshop with you on how do you get started on AI. Hi, sir.
Hey, Rohit.
This is a new look.
अरे नहीं.
Hello, everyone. Meet Ravi, sir. I was just telling you about him. While Ravi sir will introduce himself in a much better manner that I can do. So we will tell you how we are associated with Ravi sir. Ravi sir is a mentor, the first supporter of Incubate IND. He originated or seeded the seed of our company. So we are eternally, grateful to him always, and we'll be grateful to him through our rest of our lives. He's also, while he dons many hats, he's also amongst the top technologists in the world. He teaches at Harvard. He's an Harvard alumni himself. He's also a rescue pilot. He has about 17 patents with him. He has built a robot. So next time you're traveling at Vistara and you are at T3, you should go out and check his robot at the lounge. Sir, I hope it has originated into many other airports now.
Okay. So we are live now, huh?
Yes, sir. Off you go.
Okay. So, an audience is what students, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Students who can understand Hindi or English or both.
Sir, both. We have a uh, small issue here. So let's have Mr. Ramanan also on the screen live. Samkit, we'll have Mr. Raman. Hi, sir. Hi, Mr.
Hi.
Ramanan.
Hi. How are
Hi.
you?
Hi. Good, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah. Wonderful.
Since
Thank you.
since
It's
since we
fantastic
were
to also meet Ravi ji on the
absolutely.
online. I don't think without these online sessions we'd even be able to meet people like him. So pleasure.
What's best now, and that's maybe the God's plan. How about interaction between you both? I mean,
No,
that's the
no,
best.
no, no.
No, while Ramanan sir, of course, will set the motion, but Ravi sir, it'll be very nice to have like a. I don't know. We should not be calling Karan Johar now, but like a coffee with Ravi and coffee with Ramanan sir together.
Only thing is, I have a meeting to go to at sharp at 11, which means I'll have to connect to them around 10:50. So, barring that, I'm fine.
Absolutely, sir. So maybe opening note by Ramanan sir, you, and then Ravi sir, and then maybe I could ask some silly questions.
No, I don't think any question is silly in the matter of artificial intelligence. So, first of all, thank you, Rohit, and thank you, Ravi ji, for giving me an opportunity to interact with all of you at the School of Artificial Intelligence. I hope everyone who is logged onto this call is healthy, safe, following the safeguards that need to be practiced during this COVID-19 crisis. And I do hope all of you are also will see this pass soon, because this is something that has paralyzed nations across the world, disrupted supply chains, created national lockdowns, something that we have none of us have been familiar with or would like to continue. And I'm sure with some vaccine being found or some curative solution being found and human ingenuity and some of the finest minds in the world working on this problem, I don't think that the solution is far off. But be that as it may, it is a great opportunity and privilege for me to be interacting with all of you because we are a country of 1.3 billion people. We have what they call as the demographic dividend. And the world of demographic dividend, and which is the envy of many a country, we have more than 65% of our country under 35 years old. We have more than 1.4 million schools in our country, 10,500 engineering or related institutions, more than 39,000 colleges, more than 5,000 business schools, and we have 150 million young students entering into the workplace over the next 5 to 10 years. Now, that's a very powerful force for any country to have. A youthful energy, which is the envy of many a nation, the ability to innovate, the tremendous talent that underlies all of this. And if we do not give our young people the ability to leverage emerging technologies, emerging economy, a fast-growing economy that India has, barring the COVID-19 crisis, and leveraging the demographic dividend, we'd have done ourselves a disservice. For after all, the hopes of 1 billion people are dependent upon these 150 million young students who are going to be entering into the workplace. We are a country of 1 billion people, but with 1 million opportunities. And these million opportunities are really challenges that we have. We still have 22% of our country below the poverty line. We have 44% of our country agri-economy based. We have more than 715 districts in our country, out of which 115 are known as aspirational districts. And these are districts which are deprived of basic access to healthcare, education, clean drinking water, sanitation, electricity, affordable housing, and so on. So while we enjoy being one of the fastest growing economies of the world, growing at 6 to 8% over the last several years, barring this COVID-19 crisis, and while we enjoy a demographic dividend, and while we have a 250 million plus population in the middle class economy, and that continues to grow, we also have all these challenges to address. And also, we are living in a world where technology is changing the very shape of the world, the way the world is experiencing you, and the way you are experiencing the world. 3D printing, robotics, IoT, miniaturized electronics, augmented virtual reality, all of these technologies are making a rapid advent into the marketplace. And the beauty is technology is becoming affordable, accessible, available, and advanced. And it is now available at your fingertips. And that is why at the Atal Innovation Mission, where I am so fortunate to be the mission director for this national initiative, this is the flagship initiative of the Government of India to be able to create and promote an ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship across the length and breadth of our country. Now, why are these two things so important? It is important because we need a nation of job creators, not just job seekers. And even if you are having a job seeking attitude or a need, you need to be entrepreneurial in your thinking. You need to be innovative in your thinking. You need to become a problem solver rather than just somebody who is executing some idea given to him or her. So we need to ensure that our country uniformly develops. And like I said, we have 715 districts. We have more than 4,000 towns. We have 600,000 villages. And we have only 8 tier 1 cities. And everybody is flocking to these 8 tier 1 cities. It's not a sustainable thing. We need to ensure that we have our country develops uniformly across. And that is where technology is going to play a tremendous role. And the topic here is artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence has never been very far away in our thinking. You go back, in my school days, we used to talk about artificial intelligence. And we continue. We saw movies like 2001 Space Odyssey and so on and so forth. All of them remained somewhat figments of imagination. But today, artificial intelligence has become a reality. And why is that? Because we have the convergence of communication, computing, and a whole lot of data processing technologies that have come to the fore and which is enabling us to process large amounts of data, find meaningful patterns out of that, create decisions out of all the data that is being processed, and be able to act upon them. And so artificial intelligence has become a tremendous force to reckon with in the years ahead. And it will continue to dominate the way we are leveraging technology. Look at the way we have leveraged digital transformations today. Today, I have had the fortune and the opportunity to meet with Sri Ravi, who is an expert on this subject and who's going to talk a lot more meaningful stuff to all of you all. But the fact that we are all connected together over the network, which otherwise we would have tried to plan a physical meeting, a workshop somewhere, a few people attending it, and we don't even know whether they are the interested people. Now you have the ability to reach out to the world and be able to attract the type of audience that wants to hear all the stuff that we are going to talk about. And that is the beauty of digital transformation. And you also have technologies like artificial intelligence, which is able to sort out and say whom you should target your talk to. And therefore, you're going to see AI play a role in everything that we do. You know, there has been a lot of talk of artificial intelligence depriving you of jobs and so on and so forth. Yeah, AI is going to bring changes where you have been doing things mechanically in a desultory manner. You are not really interested in doing it. Some machine could have been doing it, but you have been doing it for lack of any other opportunity to do something else. Now AI frees up your mind and your ability to devote to skills that matter, to devote to challenges that will intrigue you, fill you with curiosity, and want you to solve. So I think the very important thing that Atal Innovation Mission is trying to do is establish that culture of innovation and problem solving in our young students. Every one of you should aspire to become a problem solver, an innovator, a job creator. Why? You have had the benefit of great education. And today it is no longer a risky proposition to become entrepreneur in your thinking or to become an innovator by choice. Thomas Alva Edison said that it is not 1,000 failures that I had, but 1,000 ways of not inventing the light bulb. And that is the spirit of an entrepreneur. The word fail does not exist in his or her dictionary. It means first attempt in learning. That's what Abdul Kalam said. He said the word fail is the first attempt in learning. And in the world of emerging technologies, we are going to have several learning steps. Every one of them would be a learning for us to be able to move to the next level of solution and problem solving. We also at Atal Innovation Mission are seized upon this problem. One, creating a culture of innovation in our young, in our schools. So we have launched thousands of Atal Tinkering Labs, where the latest of technologies like 3D printing, robotics, IoT devices, miniaturized electronics, augmented virtual reality, do-it-yourself kits are being implemented in schools across the country. We have selected over 10,000 schools in which the Atal Tinkering Labs are being launched, and more than 5,100 schools with 2.5 million students between grade 6 to grade 12 today have an opportunity to tinker with these technologies because these are do-it-yourself kits. And because they have become affordable, accessible, and available, we are able to implement these technologies in our schools. I mean, I didn't have access to a mobile phone until a decade ago. And we never thought about innovation. We never knew what sustainable development goals are. We never knew what entrepreneurship is all about. At least I didn't know even when I entered IIT. We were just interested in getting into a good university, get great marks, and join a good company or join the government. And I have done both now. I have been a part of TCS and I'm now part of the government. But you, my dear friends and students, have an immense opportunity to become entrepreneurs. But how do we become entrepreneurs? You need to have an ecosystem of entrepreneurship in the country. And so we are creating hundreds of what are known as Atal incubators. We want them to be world-class incubators, fostering world-class startups. India has a demographic dividend. Like I said, 150 million students. Every university worth its name should have a world-class incubator. so that they give the opportunities for their startups, for their students to become entrepreneurial. And those who have the mind, the inclination, the aptitude, and the capability should express their capability and innovation potential through these startups. And so we have launched over 102 incubators in the last 2 years. More than 1,500 startups have come out from that. And what is more amazing is that 547 of these 1,500 startups are women-led startups. Now that talks about the power of including women entrepreneurs in this journey. India has only 13% women entrepreneurs in its entire entrepreneurial strength. It should be 48 or 50 because we have, according to the census, 2011 census, we have more than 49% of our population as women and girl children. In fact, in the Atal Tinkering Labs that we have implemented, 70% of our tinkering labs are in girls and co-ed schools. And it is this that is enabling young girl children to be able to respond beautifully, that technology is able to enable them. You see, girls and women by default are detail oriented, more communicative. They are willing to talk about problems, seek help, and this is what we found manifesting itself in the innovation challenges that we launched. In the last Tinkering Marathon, which was announced yesterday, 150 teams were selected across the nation out of more than 4,000 innovation entries that were given to the Atal Tinkering Labs from school students. And 45% of the winners in this top 150 are girl students. Now, isn't that an amazing thing to find that girl students are performing so well? And if India changes and transforms itself into an inclusive nation that it should, we will have tremendous progress from an economic as well as from a societal point of view. Now, coming back to the world of challenges, we launch what are known as Atal New India Challenges, along with ministries and with the industry, in order for you to be able to come up with solutions and products. But every one of these today becomes a powerful solution which can reach across to the remotest parts of our country when we integrate them with technology. And especially most of the solutions that we see are having elements of artificial intelligence. Every one of them is integrated with IoT. Every one of them has a digital component of app development so that you can further the power of the innovation to the last mile. From using digital technology, using the internet, and using a mobile app, you are able to sell any product from anywhere in the world to any other part of the world. You are able to reach across for your distribution network. You are able to reach across for access to knowledge and information. I mean, the world is a world of possibilities. And therefore, every one of us have to plunge into this world of emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, blockchain, solutioning, leveraging IoT, robotics, and all the new nano computing and cognitive computing that is all coming up in the world. And we have to become an instrument of change for the rest of the world. We have to lead by example. And those of us who have been fortunate to have access to good education and a good working environment and the ability to become an entrepreneur or an innovator should become one, or should at least acquire that mindset so that it helps you in whatever you're doing, wherever you are. And finally, I'd like to just echo the opportunities which is reflected through the Atmanirbhar Bharat so eloquently expressed by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said that there are 5 pillars on which Atmanirbhar Bharat or a self-reliant India stands. And a self-reliant India is not an isolated India. It is an India which is leveraging the 5 pillars, a pillar of demographic dividend, which we all need to harness, because this is a unique opportunity for India and Indian students and Indian youth to make an impact on the rest of the world. The second is the pillar of infrastructure. We need to develop uniformly as a country, not just in the physical infrastructure, but also in the digital highways and the digital infrastructure that is required in our country. That means a huge set of opportunities for smart cities, smart water management, smart electricity management, smart housing, you name it. Every field has the opportunity to integrate technology and artificial intelligence into the solutioning. The third is the pillar of demand. The pillar of demand, which is 1.3 billion people. We don't need to look elsewhere for solving problems and creating markets. The market is right here. How do we tap into it? How do we not just let it go to competition from outside, but rouse our inner innovative capability to create solutions to fulfill this demand? The fourth is the pillar of technology, and we have already talked enough about it. Technology has to drive all the demand, fulfillment of the demand, fulfillment of the infrastructure requirements, and fulfillment of the demographic dividend potential that we talk about. And finally, he said the pillar of socio-economic progress. Society has to develop equally with economic prosperity of a country. We cannot be just talking about digital divides and economic divides and hoping that it will disappear. You need AI for social good. You need to harness technology for social good. You need to ensure that social innovations become an integral part of your thinking, an integral fabric of your innovation. If you don't do that, if our innovations are not sustainable, if they don't align themselves with the sustainable development goals, we are going to create a world which we will repent. So we have an opportunity to use technology for good, to use innovations for societal good. And unless we carry the society along, unless we carry the 1.3 billion people along, we would not have done service either to our nation or to the world. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share a few thoughts on this occasion. And I look forward to Sri Ravi taking this forward with his insights, his experience, and his academic brilliance that he is known for to be able to inspire you further on this journey. Thank you so much.
Should I start speaking, Rohit, or do you want to pitch in?
Maybe you could address a thing to Mr. Ramanan also. He's been leading the change from the front at the side of the government, from the side of the government. Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead, Ravi ji. I am through with my talk, so please feel free to continue from here.
Okay, so
Can I take 30 more seconds and tell everyone, Ravi sir has just built the next gen ventilator, which now I think he's just presenting those ideas or the solutions to the government of India and helping in saving a lot of lives as we go along. Sir, would you want to talk about that for a minute and then you could come back to your, yeah.
okay. Now, first of all, Ramanan is a leader. He's a change maker. He has got way big responsibilities. Huge respect for him, and he has got this huge burden on him to incubate, next generation of entrepreneurs, next generation of technologists, and play a very important role in the future of India and what Prime Minister thinks. I am just an engineer, okay? I'm just an engineer, Rohit is pushing me to speak in English, but I still think in Hindi. तो
Hindi would do, sir. Hindi would do, absolutely.
So मैं कारीगर आदमी हूँ यार, और मैं चीजें बनाता हूँ और मुझे बहुत मजा आता है. The only thing sexy about me is that I also fly aircraft sometimes. Okay, so other than that, there is nothing important about me. Some things which I have built are of some importance because they solve problems. And that's who I am. Rohit, Samket, Puneet, all these guys, they respect me because मैं इनको डांटता था बहुत ज्यादा. कभी कभी सही चीज के लिए डांटता था, कभी कभी उतनी सही चीज के लिए डांटता था. In any ways, it's difficult to explain AI in 30 minutes. Okay, so I'm not even going to attempt that. And since I'm an engineer, I have this huge capacity and huge drawback to talk only about code. Okay, so I'll not talk about that code, but after this particular talk, if there are any questions, I'm more than willing to answer any questions on machine learning or deep learning or various kinds of complexities of difficulties or ease of writing this particular code. What I'm going to do, Rohit, I'm just going to share my screen, and I'm just going to show some pictures. Okay, some pictures so that students are very smart. जो आजकल के जो students हैं बहुत smart होते हैं, वो ऐसे विश्वास नहीं करते हैं, कुछ भी बोल दो तो बोलते हैं अरे ये आया दाढ़ी वाला और कुछ भी बोल करके चला गया. तो वो बात नहीं होगी. तो मैं सिर्फ उन्हीं चीजों पे बात करूंगा जो कि बनाई है और इन हाथों से बनाई है. और फिर देखते हैं अगर लोगों को सही लगता है तो 3-4 चीजों पे बात करूंगा. पहली बात ये होगी कि क्यों बनाई थी ये चीजें, कहाँ से मोटिवेशन आया. दूसरी चीजें होंगी क्या लगा इन चीजों को बनाने में, और जो तीसरी चीज होगी कि इनका क्या इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है और चीजें क्यों बनानी चाहिए और हिंदुस्तान में चीजें क्यों बनानी चाहिए, क्यों बहुत जरूरी है हिंदुस्तान में हम लोग चीजें बनाएं. Okay, Rohit, you have to guide me that if you guys can see the screen.
I'll give you thumbs up as and when the screen. Yeah.
Can you see this? No.
No.
Okay, because I have not used this. Share audio. Application, entire screen, share.
Shall I get some kid to call you separately?
No. Share this. I'm taking up to share this. Are you able to see this?
Absolutely, sir.
Perfect. Okay, so one of the most, and I'll mix whatever. I haven't slept last night. I was actually building next version of the ventilator, which Rohit kindly mentioned. The first and most important thing is motivation, and motivation can come from anywhere. For a karigar like me or for an engineer like me, my motivation basically comes from things which I see. Lately, as a rescue worker, as a frontline rescue worker, I faced a death. I saw a lot of death. I met a lot of people who were struggling, and there were many kinds of problems, and most of them during the initial days of COVID, resulted in immense amount of suffering and death. And one of the core things which I found that the time it takes for a person who is suffering to reach a particular camp or a facility or a hospital is not in minutes or in seconds. It basically takes hours. Sometimes it takes days. And during that particular time, infrastructure in terms of equipment. I'm not talking about India. I'm talking about the whole world. Whether it is Spain, whether it is Italy, whether it is New York, whether it is London, whether it is Delhi, whether it is Mumbai, whether it is Calcutta, at least, and Moscow. At least these places I was in, and it was the size. It was the size of the equipments. It was the complexity of the equipments, and if it was the sheer lack of numbers of availability of these equipments, which actually motivated me to think that something has to be done. Hence, a ventilator was born, and I'll connect the AI part to this particular machine. But the core thing is that motivation has to come. It has to come from somewhere. It has to either come from suffering. It has to either come from gut. It has to either come from passion. It has to either come from patriotism. It has to come from somewhere. It has to come from somewhere, and it has to be a humongous amount of force. Because without that, it would be difficult to seed a creation. Creation will not happen unless and until there is a fire of motivation. So I just wanted to make this particular point, make it very clear. Second thing is whenever you redefine, for example, as Ramanan kindly mentioned about creating jobs, our educational institutions today have this mindset of finding large companies, and hopefully they will come to campus and they will give jobs. Instead of that, why can't we do a mass entrepreneurship? Why can't we teach students who can create jobs? Some people can create jobs in villages. Some people can create jobs in towns. Some people can create jobs in cities. So there is a difference, and again, it's not about India. Globally, there is a huge difference between desire of youth, okay, and what kind of potential is being used. I'll give you a few examples. We take immense amount of pride in terms of services industry in India, which has done a tremendous job and which has taken brand India so forward. But if you actually look at people who work in the services industry, whether it is hospitals, whether it is BPOs, whether it is telecom, whether it is airports, whether it is airlines, hotels, look at reception, look at front desks, look at people who are working, in these industries. And look at their age. They are 18 years old, they are 19 years old, they are 20 years old, they are 21 years old, they are 24 years old. And they type like 4 or 5 keys, continuously for 8 hours, if 8 hours is the definition or the time of the work, again and again. Now, if this is the definition of employment, I totally disagree with that. So ultimately, it is not people like me who are going to understand the desire and basically satisfy that desire by creating potential opportunity. It is basically folks who are studying now or who have just passed out or who have experience of less than 2 years. They are the folks who are going to create these industries which actually create this bridge between desire and the usage of this potential. And AI will play a very important role, because AI demands, if you really want to write a AI code, it demands creativity. It is not a simple thing like writing a code in a structured language with a serial logic implanted in a part. You have to think in terms of algorithms. You have to basically think in terms of unstructured logic, and you have to basically apply that unstructured logic in a very creative way. So in the minimum lines of code, you can actually create a product and solve problems. This is one example. Robotics is another example. I have never thought or taught AI as a singular subject. It is a combination. It is a glue between various technologies. Since I'm a robotics engineer, robots can do mundane jobs, and people who govern those particular robots can be humans, and humans who are extremely young and can write machine learning code so that you dictate and you create far more creative jobs. So that's my second point. My third point is build things, and this also Ramanan mentioned. It's very, very important that we build things effectively, cheaply, locally, and cohesively in India. Okay, now this is a picture of a very simple equipment, which I built, and I learned from folks in ISRO. It's a very simple SAT equipment which can impart education, in villages, and villagers who are not even graduates can maintain it, can manage it, and these are now all over India, in remote areas of Jharkhand, of Himachal, of Uttaranchal, and all the stuff. So whenever you build things, okay, don't try to build things, from the perspective that it will make you a billionaire. Try to build things from the perspective of what is the need and who can satisfy that need, and does this actually reaches people, okay, who actually require this. Because as Ramanan rightly mentioned, those data are starking reality. They are a starking reality that some of the core problems of India are way deeper, and they need to be addressed. So my request to every person who is young and who is hearing me is to build things, and build things which are simple, which are cheap but beautiful, and which can be built locally. And that's my third point. And my last point, which I touched, is create mass entrepreneurship. If each one of you think that you like one problem and you're a problem solver, trust me, if you solve that particular problem, you will employ people. If you want to participate with someone else to solve that particular problem, you will actually create a job for yourself. So this is a mind shift. Mass entrepreneurship is very important. Large companies can only contribute to a particular, they're important, but they can only contribute to a particular extent. A revolution has to start, and that revolution has to seed from schools and colleges, from as mass entrepreneurship. Each one of you should create an industry, create a company wherever you are. Don't migrate, and basically create jobs, solve problems, create jobs. Now, before practical realities hit you and you say, oh, this bearded guy came and he gave some lecture and all this stuff, I'll basically showcase you some of the things, and I'll touch upon AI. And if you want to go deeper, I can go deeper later on. These are all based on the creations. They are all patented. They are all in public space. Okay. First thing, design is very important. One of the things which we always forget, and we depend upon Western world, is design. And design doesn't mean the beauty or the product or something like that. My focus and my passion is platform-based design. That means you create design once, and you create multiple versions or multiple instrumentations or multiple machines out of it. So one of the things which Rohit mentioned, when I created one of the first robots, it was not to solve one problem. I knew that there are multiple problems. So I created a platform-based design. And then I thought, hey, I have got only this much of money, so why can't I basically test my design with first machine? And then the second machine came, and then the third machine came. And this is the latest version of this machine, which can read to a certain extent and which can actually respond to your instruction. This is the another version of the same machine, okay, which can actually take objects from place 1 to place 2, and it has got cognitive ability to find out obstacles and clear those obstacles on its own. Third one, which shows the strength, it can actually carry heavy objects from one place to another. Same platform design, multiple machines. And this is the last one, which I'm working on, where same platform, same design, just by writing a little bit more code and adding more instrumentation and some equipment to it, you can actually convert that same series of these three robots and create a fourth robot, which can solve or cleanse or help people who are suffering from COVID, or facilities which require sanitations, and humans should not intervene, or we can help humans by not doing those kind of jobs. So that's my point. That's my first point, and I'm going to impress upon this particular point with the second one, which Rohit kindly mentioned, is a ventilator. Again, same one design, and already have created two different kinds of ventilators. The first one, if you actually look at this, is basically a very simple design, for anyone who doesn't knows how to operate a medical instrumentation. Basically takes air from outside and pushes into lungs. And if you happen to have an oxygen cylinder, you can attach to it, and you can actually do this. Not a perfect one, but it is extremely useful. If you don't know this, and if you are in a small town or village, you can actually use this particular thing to save lives, at least to save lives while it reaches a particular hospital or a health facility. The second one is basically MB-bag, MB-bag based design. Same design, okay? Just more equipment. So same platform design, and you can extend it and you can scale it. Far more sophisticated, and you can do that. And I can carry on. Ramanan mentioned about this thing. Create a platform based on blockchain. This is one of the patents which I have written, and multiple platforms can be created from this particular platform. This is one platform on blockchain, and you can create a platform for airline industry, for healthcare industry, and all that stuff. I'm not going to get into details. It's a little bit technical, and this is the code. One of the things which I end my talks is I always show code, and I always show code of AI. One of the things which didn't happen, in India, but it happened in some and few countries, is and e-commerce companies who understood emotions of their customers. They exactly knew what is the need of their customers in this COVID zone, and it took them very less time to make sure that people who need a particular commodity are serviced, and they made money, and customers were satisfied. Now, in the end, whatever you build, it has to be adopted. It should not be there on the paper. So I'm not a big, a big follower of this philosophy that you write something and it's a great paper, or you preach something and then doesn't happen. So I'm a I would rather build something with a flaw than write a great paper. So adoption is the key. Whatever you guys write or build, it has to be adopted, and customers or people who use it, okay, are the biggest critiques of your game. For example, in one of the robots which was mentioned by Rohit, I was kicked by and I was humiliated by kids who basically I thought that my product is a great product and they found flaws in that. So be open to criticism, and build things for your users. Don't build things for your own use, because if you are a creator and if you think that you are a user of that particular product, trust me, you're going to do a lot of mistakes. And build intelligent machines, and that's all I wanted to communicate. And this is kind of um, my journey of last 8 or 9 months, and hope it made sense. Any questions I can address if we have time. Rohit, over to you.
Two questions that we would want you to address. Ayush Sinha has asked, what is your opinion on the ongoing idea that AI will take over human race? I know your point of view.
No, look, I'm not intelligent enough to even answer that. As I said, I'm an engineer. I build things. Uh, 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 there are two beautiful things which are happening in AI. One, this initial philosophy that you require tremendous amount of data, okay, for machine learning, that philosophy is now going away in most use cases. Okay, there are pre-built, pre-intelligent, pre-seeded intelligent code and machines which are available. So that's a great thing which is happening. Okay, in a deep learning space, accuracy is lesser in terms of outcomes, but slowly and steadily, that will also resolve. Now, I'm not going to get into how it will take on the world. I will tell you what I have done in this particular ventilator, because I'm fresh in terms of writing that particular code. Now, usually, when you breathe, okay, you generate an enormous amount of data. Okay, if you are able to capture that particular data, okay, and you can translate that particular data into some kind of a perfect breathing, okay, that machine can monitor whether you are breathing right or whether you are not breathing well. If that intelligence can be built in a ventilator, you can actually solve the amount of air, amount of oxygen which human body requires. Now, this can be done under a supervision of a doctor, under a supervision of a nurse, and then algorithms can take over, or you can do enough testing and algorithms can take over right from the start. The core thing is not whether algorithms are going to take the world or we are going to dictate algorithms. The core thing is that does it enables life, and does it makes human civilization much better than what it is today. So if the question is that, am I a believer that technology is an enabler for a civilization? It takes civilization from point A to a point A plus plus. The answer is yes.
My last question to you would be, sir, I mean, there are many questions that, and I could maybe tell our audiences you could connect with Ravi sir on his Twitter ID. He is most active on Twitter. You could shoot him a question; he'll be able to answer it there and then. My last question to you, sir, would be: what are the three things that students of tech, students of coding, students of AI should keep in mind when they are starting their journey? So there are students from eighth class onwards joining us today. What are the three life mantras that you could give it to them, which could define their careers as they go along?
Okay, यार mantras तो पता नहीं है, but I can tell how I think and how I write code. Okay, so so the first thing which I basically do, I basically write that particular problem. Still very old fashioned. Okay, I write that particular problem. I think in my natural language, which is Hindi. Okay, and I translate that particular problem into an algorithm. Okay, and most of this, since I'm a qualified engineer and I'm a passionate computer science engineer, even my emails and even my writing is in some pseudo code. So if you are able to write some kind of a pseudo code and convert that particular problem into a solution, that's the first step. Which, whether you are writing an AI code or whether you are not writing an AI code, it is immaterial. That is number one. Second thing, one of the basic difference between a structured language versus an unstructured language is mathematical vectors play a very, very important role in unstructured language. Okay, when you are writing a machine learning code, you basically think in terms of mathematical vectors. That means, let's take an example. If you are basically trying to convert a human emotion, okay, into a particular action, for example, if you want to identify that a person who has responded to your particular code in some sentence, in some voice, you want to identify that what that person is feeling, that particular response has to be converted into some kind of vectors. In my case, it is vectors of emotions. And those vectors can be whether you are angry, whether you're upset, whether you are doing something, or whether you are happy or something like that. Now, to do that, you require a very good source of sentiments, and those sentiments are basically data lakes or islands of data. So that brings me to the second point. Mathematical vectors work beautifully when you have enormous amount of data. If you are writing a code and if you don't have enough data to translate those particular mathematical vectors um, uh, into a island of code, be very, very careful, because there is every chance that your machine learning code will give you results which are inconsistent results. Inconsistent results can work very well if you are working on not so important applications, but if you are working on a very important application, in this particular case, a ventilator or a robotics or a satellite or something like that, then you have to be careful about it. So that's the second thing. First is convert your thinking into an actual pseudocode and algorithm. Second one, work on mathematical vectors before you convert them into a language. Make sure that you have enough islands of data to manage those methods. Third one is that no code work in a silo. It has to be integrated in the existing ecosystem. Existing ecosystem is written in structured languages like C or products like SAP and all that stuff. Okay, so make sure that you write a layer surrounding your unstructured code or a machine learning or a deep learning code, which is an integration layer which can somehow manage both the latency and the exchange of data between a structured data set and an unstructured data set. If you're able to do these three things effectively and properly, there is every chance that your code is going to be successful or your product is going to be successful.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you. I don't know which part of the world that you are today, which time zone are you in today, but thank you for your time. Thank you for your, love and support. We are extremely, extremely grateful.
Thanks, Roy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. guys, keep giving us your feedback on what you're liking, what you're not liking. It'll help us build better content in the future. I thought Ravi sir was fantastic, and so was Ramanan sir. Next up, I'm handing over the position of the host to my colleague Anamika, who will introduce the fantastic speaker that we have up next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rohit. Um, I hope you all have enjoyed the talk so far. And okay, how many of you have seen the schedule? I'm pretty sure you all know who's next. Yes? So right now, I'll introduce the next guest to you. Santari, uh, have you all heard about Minecraft? So Santari has been the the co-founding team of Minecraft. Um, he has been he's a gaming expert. He's a gaming enthusiast, and he also wants to be a right. And he supports a lot of entrepreneurs to in pursuing their passion. And he's presently working with Satakunta University of Applied Sciences, and he is a PhD researcher at the University of Temple. Uh, it has been amazing, listening to Santari. I had the joy of interacting with him earlier. Uh, you will enjoy the stories, the lessons of his life, the experiences that he shares, and we're looking forward to hearing from you, Sanat.
So no pressure. Good morning, everyone. If there's a bit of background noise there, it's very early morning here in Finland. We have a 1.5-year-old Hugo in the next room, and he just woke up. So sorry if there's any disruptions in the background. So yes, my name is Santeri Koivisto. Thank you very much for having me. It's an honor. Good morning to everyone. So, like Anamika said, I'm currently working as a senior advisor in a university here in Finland. So, my background, I've been 10 years. I've been a tech entrepreneur for 10 years, doing my own startups pretty much. A small correction there. So I was actually the founder for the education side of Minecraft. So we worked very closely with the core Minecraft team that was located in Sweden. And I was running and manning the team in Finland, which was building the education version. So my plan is to go back to startups. I've now done 10 years of my first career was in startups, building my own companies. Now with a small kid, it's really nice to enjoy this more steady lifestyle for a moment with the university. Work on the research and work on the work I'm doing with other companies. So really, my focus currently in the University of Applied Sciences in Satakunta here in Finland is to help tech startups, well, any types of startups, any type of entrepreneurs to start their businesses. So basically, I'm there when one of our students comes in and says that, okay, I've been thinking of this idea X. And then I'm the guy who says, well, that sounds pretty exciting. So let's dig in. Let's dive in and help them to design the business model, to build a pitch deck, to think what type of technologies they might want to use. Our university is also investing in companies, so we are pretty well equipped to help our students to build companies. Not all of these companies are about AI, because we are a very focused on tech. We have AI Academy, we have a robotics academy, and in the university, there are almost all of the companies leverage AI or machine learning in one way or another. So AI comes up a lot. I'm not an AI engineer. I'm actually an educator myself. So my PhD focuses on games in education. I've done my studies in applied education, so I'm a classroom teacher. I haven't done a single day of honest classroom teaching since I've been fully qualified, but that's another story. But in any case, the years in the university have really taught me a lot about what are the boundaries for new businesses currently, what AI can provide easily, and what's more challenging. So really, that's the core and really the cake of my talk today. So I was thinking of splitting this 30 minutes into three pieces. First one is my own personal story, and why I want to share that is that because I was just like you, I was very fresh, a university student, first year, when I realized that maybe entrepreneurship could be for me. So I'm going to share that story because it's very simple, just taking the opportunity. So I hope that's inspirational to you. Then the next thing is that I will go through the best picks from our AI experts. What are those technologies that, as a newcomer to AI, that you could potentially look into? Like what could you start building today? Or if you have a business idea, what type of AI-based technologies or machine learning-based technologies are there that might be, quote unquote, the lowest hanging fruits that you could implement to your business or build your business around? And then the third one, which I think is most exciting one, is to share a few stories from my students or our university students and how they have been using these technologies and what they have been building. So really, people like you, being first year, second year university, just taking the initiative, what they have been able to achieve with a bit of expert help. So hopefully that type of packages is something that sounds interesting to you. And so let's kick off. So really about my own backstory, I sucked at school. I hated school. A few things that I really liked: video games and also playing the piano. So I mostly focused on that. Surprise, surprise, I ended up in university because I ended up doing relatively well in high school because there were subjects that were interesting to me, and university in general was very interesting to me. But already during the second year of university, or I would say even the first year, I realized that maybe entrepreneurship would be actually my way to go. I want to be my own master. And I started this tutoring company, and the point was to facilitate teacher students to teach local kids and give them extra classes, things like that. This happens everywhere in the world. But in the particular city, the particular area, and in Finland, there weren't really the demographics to actually buy this stuff, buy this service. And to be very frank with you, really honest, not a single tutoring hour was ever sold. So it was a miserable failure. Well, but really, why I think that this was one of my best successes so far was that it only took me about 4 to 6 months to realize that this will not work. So I feel like I was very knowledgeable about understanding, and with understanding that, this idea will not work, let it go. Because many times entrepreneurs get super stuck with their idea. They fall in love with the idea, and it's hard to let go. So really, one thing that I'm always teaching to my students is that we can do so much to see if this idea has potential, and based on that data we can do the decision if this is worthwhile continuing or not. And really, I think that if you can fail fast, meaning that you can check if this has potential or not in a quick manner, it can save you a lot of time. And really, of course, it might save you a lot of money as well, but money tends to be something that comes and goes. One day you have more, one day you have less, but time is a resource that you will not get more. Well, maybe you come up with an idea of a medical company that actually is able to stretch time or stretch human lifespan. Maybe that's the case, but today that is time is the most valuable resource. At least I feel that way. But my second company was different, and I want to share this in more detail with you. So I tried Minecraft. Minecraft just came out from Sweden. I tried it just to play myself. I played it for a month. Super excited, really good game. And I was a substitute teacher in a local school. I took the game and played it with my students. It was a massive hit. The students, the teachers, and some other school staff from other schools contacted me, and they were like, "Hey, you did something really cool there. Can we learn more?" And this was the sort of the first sign for me that if people approach me, there must be something exciting here. And then I approached Mojang. So I literally sent an email to the CEO of Mojang, the Minecraft developer, asking that, "Hey, I have this tutoring company that was in the drawer. could my company be the representative for Minecraft in Finland? Because we have done all this work with students already. Well, he replied to me and said, let's have a Skype call. And the Skype call literally went like this. They said, we have no idea what this would mean. I said, well, me neither, but should we try? And they said, okay, let's try. And send us some sort of a contract that would actually make this happen. So asked me, second year education student, to write a contract for them. So I had, of course, no idea how to write contracts. Now, during that same time, there was a teacher in United States who started sharing about his experiences with Minecraft. I got in touch with him. We once more with an email. We had a Skype call. We really synced, and we decided that, hey, we should actually be doing this together. The third thing I did was I sent an email to a applied science university next to my home university, asking that if there would be a Minecraft developer or a coder who would be interested in such a project. And one guy replied, and that guy became the CTO of the company, one of the co-founders. So now what happened was that we had 3 founders, one CEO, one education United States expert, at least soon to be one CTO, who was able to create the actual product. I was negotiating soon to be one of the most valuable gaming assets in the history of mankind, to have a right to distribute that. And since we were now working in the United States and in Europe, we just decided that, hey, why don't we just have the rights for the whole world and for the education part, and let's see what happens. Well, what happened was that it was the opportunity that came to me. I took the initiative, and after 20,000 schools that we actually had as our customers, Microsoft first came to purchase Mojang, and then after that they purchased us or acquired us, and it was 4 years after we started. And really, why I wanted to share this, I was second year university student, send an email, was able to get the contract with the game developer, send another email, was able to get the key co-founders to come alongside with me, and everybody can do this, and it's just me realizing that now this is the moment for me to act. And I think that these type of moments come to everyone. It's some get more, some get less, but really I think that one big part of the entrepreneurial mind is that you realize when your moment comes, and then you take the initiative. So very simple, and of course there was a lot of work building the company, all of that. A lot of things goes into that, but really the where the spark happened, it's something that is I think all the entrepreneurial minded smart individuals could take that initiative. So I hope this very simple stories is something that you feel like that can get your sensors working for you, like where to find these opportunities. But that's enough about me. Let's move further into the AI field, because of course that's something that you came in here to listen to. I hope this first part was just a bit of inspiration for you. So now, all of this, of course, led to a point where I had the experience that now I have the opportunity to work with one of the cool universities in Finland that is focusing on AI, and they headhunted me basically from my sabbatical to work with them. And I went through all of our AI experts in the school and asked them, okay, what should I tell to you? Like, what are the quote unquote reasonable effort, meaning that with going to YouTube, going online, talking with experts, what could you start building? What could you start learning? What could you start building from today? What might be these topics and fields of AI? And what they came up with, or the consensus was, and this might be needless to say, but really there are 2 things that you need to consider. First one is understanding AI and understanding the concept and context where AI is going to take place, or where does it going to help. Then the second part is the engineering part, the technical work. And sometimes there are masterminds that have both of these. But in most cases, it's the people that understand the working context. They understand the limitations and possibilities of AI. And then there are the people that know the algorithms, who are the engineers. And now the communication and the social skills matter when these people work together. Now, as a minimum thing that I encourage everybody to do is to get the basics, like not necessarily coding basics, but read a couple of books, listen to a few podcasts about AI, go to YouTube, just to understand like what the current possibilities and limitations for AI are, because you learn very quickly that it's hyper powerful, but it's powerful in a very specific context where enough data comes up, and the AI can really focus on solving specific tasks rather than general big vague tasks. So now the understanding part, although being needless to say maybe, is something that is very key and very crucial. Not only the engineering part helps if you don't understand like what the context, what the purpose, what the goal is. So if you are not going to be an AI developer, you can still achieve a lot by just understanding the capabilities, the working conditions, and all of that. So let's start with that. So try to understand where AI currently is, what is possible, what is not. But when we move to the more technical things, I have 3 for you. Now, the first technical aspect, the first application, what we came up with, and all of these, by the way, are something that our university students are using basically from day one. So these are part of the curriculum of our AI Academy as well. So the first one is machine vision. And what it means is basically this video camera looking at me, or the AI is looking at pictures and doing analysis based on those pictures. So of course, it's basically the same thing, but it's more real time when it's actually the video camera, for example, putting sunglasses on my face. But now, how to start with this? There are already many ready-taught neural nets available online, which many of them are state-of-the-art currently. And maybe one of the easier ways to get going with all this is that you look into a ready-made machine vision or neural net, meaning like there is one open source neural net that recognizes dots on your face. Basically like key points of how human face is structured. For example, nose, eyes, different parts of eyes, things like that. You take that neural net and you basically train it to understand different data. Or you use that neural net to put on sunglasses or funny hats, like some of these apps like Instagram or Snapchat are doing. So this could be one that you can very simply get going. And one thing that you can do when you get further with this, now that you have tinkered with one of these neural nets, is that you start collecting your own data. So you keep the neural net that you found online, and then you start, for example, taking pictures, and you are teaching the neural net to recognize something from those pictures. So this is once more a really good exercise. For example, if the person is playing guitar or the piano on the picture, you just need to collect the data. And now, of course, this goes back to one exercise, really good exercise, is that when you are collecting the data, you start realizing like what are the capabilities for the neural net. So what type of pictures they can actually filter, what type of pictures, what type of characteristics on the pictures can help the neural net to actually do the decision, is it a guitar or a piano, and what matters. So you can not only understand and start understanding how the neural net is working, but also how to prepare and what type of data you need for the neural net to actually work. And then, of course, it comes down to finally teaching that neural net. Unfortunately, we can't go too really deep with all of this, but it's just like one idea to start studying with, start experimenting with, is the machine vision with ready-made neural nets. And that you can first, just tinker with, then, transfer learning them to basically use different data sets for existing neural nets. And then finally, building your own data sets to teach the neural net other things. So this was the first one, so the machine vision part. So the next big topic, what our experts say that it's one of the low-hanging fruits, is a more simple, well, not more simple, but also more straightforward data analysis. So what this data analysis is that is really there are massive pools of data already available there online. For example, if let's say you are a game developer, you are getting gameplay data, you're getting achievement data, monetization data, advertisement data that provides all kinds of this flood of data to you. So now, how can you start making good decisions out of that data that basically you can use to make your game better, or make your game monetize better, or be the game to make it more enjoyable? So this is one aspect, and currently there are we are living in a world where it's the data, and having data is not a problem. It's just how to chew it. So once more, there are multiple data analysis neural nets that are available there that could and algorithms that could be used to do data analysis. But once more, the really maybe this one is more focused on the understanding and less about the technical skills. But need to understand, like, for example, the working context, like what do you want to achieve with the data analysis, plus what type of real life interactions, for example, in a game, for example, what type of behavior the player is doing in the game, what correlates well in real life with better game performance. So you need to understand the real life sort of functions before you can go into data analysis and teach the AI to look into the right data, so the AI can provide you meaningful feedback. So the data analysis is definitely more on the understanding the capabilities and what you want to achieve than the technical side. So hopefully that's also one good example. And something that have been done a lot is that, for example, there is a engine that gets a lot of sensory data, and based on the sensory data, we are predicting, let's say, engine failures, potential engine failures, the engine condition, things like that. So there's so much you can do with this one as well. And the business potential and opportunities out there are massive for data analysis as well. So now the last one, and this might be a really cool one, I hope. So the last sort of theme, AI theme or machine learning theme that we wanted to bring up is called generative adversarial networks. So this is one of the cool ones. I definitely encourage you once more to go online and learn much more about this. But now, typical neural network tends to is focused on learning characteristics of different categories, to differentiate categories. Let's say that you are using a neural net to for example, categorize, is this a Picasso's or Van Gogh's art? So two classical artists, they have certain characteristics in their pictures and the art that they are doing, and now you are using the neural net to basically teach the neural net to recognize if this is Picasso's art or Van Gogh's art. So typically, machine vision can be used in some of these cases. Now, so the GAN network come into play, so the GAN, so the adversarial network come into play when multiple neural networks work side by side. So now these adversarial networks can be used to create like a really amazingly realistic looking Picasso paintings or human faces or compose music. So for example, where this type of adversarial two neural networks or multiple could work is that, for example, you build a video game where there are random NPCs, non-playable characters, that come to the player, come to your main character. They might have AI generated faces. They might have, voices AI generated. They might have background images that are just, neural net created, or even, background music. And it's sometimes really hard for humans to realize like which one of these are human created or which one is AI created. So these are just basically two neural nets or multiple working side by side to create these pieces of art. And once more, these neural nets are available. Many of these are available online and for free. So it's something that it's easy for you to just download something and start tinkering with. So if you are a content creator and you want to be a content creator, maybe these adversarial networks are something that you really want to dig into. But okay, so these were really quickly put three picks from our curriculum that I wanted to bring to you, and what our AI specialists wanted to bring to you. And these are something that our first year university students are doing. So at least we consider these one of the most accessible. I know that I'm explaining them really fast. I'm explaining them pretty vague. But I hope that the machine vision, data analysis, and these generative adversarial networks are just words that now I encourage you, and themes I encourage you to go and actually explore more. But now I think I have about 5 minutes left. So I want to go and tell you more about what our students are doing with these. So actually you get more flesh around the bones, what is possible with this. So now, one thing, I'm sure that many of you have heard about telehealth. That you can go to a remote hospital, remote doctor appointment, maybe with a video, maybe with a picture, so on. So this is something that one of our companies here, my students are doing, and really, what the cool point here is that when you open your phone and you start queuing up to the doctor, it will start asking you, of course it recognizes you, it is studying your face, it is asking you certain parameters like how you are feeling, things like that, and it is comparing that to a massive data pool of patient health data that we have been getting access with a collaboration with a local hospital. So basically, when the customer, the patient goes to the doctor appointment after the queuing, the doctor already gets a massive amount of information, AI digested information from what the AI and the neural net is finding from the patient's face, and also what type of alarm signals from the health history and other places. So looking at the newly diagnosed symptoms, looking at the face, looking at the health data, combining these and looking to help the doctor to build, have the best diagnosis possible. So we are trying to also, from the business point of view, really achieve a super quick and efficient telehealth service as possible. So this is one. So now, staying in the health tech space, another really cool project from our students is, I don't know how well I'm able to explain this, but you have these electrostimuluses that can activate your hand, or your muscle, for example. You have these small dots here, and they combine that muscle activation with VR and with EEG brain imagery. So basically, there is a stroke patient that, for example, stroke has taken out of their arm control. They cannot use their arm. So now the VR is providing mirror therapy. The dots are activating the muscles, and EEG is monitoring what their brain is doing while they see the mirror therapy and they get the muscle activation. And with that data, the AI is looking in the background and seeing what type of stimulus or mirror therapy, basically stimulus to the eyes and stimulus to the muscles, provide best treatment. So what type of stimulus the patient reacts best and rehabilitates them the most efficient way. So really, this type of technology can explode what we can do and how well we can rehabilitate our stroke patients. So really cool stuff as well. So now, maybe one more. I don't know if you have heard that, now that there are a lot of electric cars, there are also ships and other very expensive things setting on fire because car battery, uh, you know, started catched fire on a boat middle of the ocean. So one of the teams is working on a machine vision application that is following the space of a garage space, maybe inside a ship or maybe somewhere else, and looking at the infrared signals, looking at audio, looking at just a normal video stream, and catching signs of batteries warming up to a hazardous point. So the crew of the ship, or maybe a janitor or somebody, can react well in time before a battery catches fire, which is really hard to then put out. So very simple application, much simpler than the other two, but really once more that can save lives and what can save a lot of money, especially if a ship is stays intact. But okay, so I've been talking a lot, about 30 minutes. I hope the last point I want to make, like all of these, what I told, that all of these are stories that people similar to you have been doing, are studying today, have been able to build. So these students, for example, out of these, I think that these projects, if I hear these projects, I'm like, oh my God, mind blown, like this is so cool. But then I realized that these are our students, students that are maybe 19, 20-year-old, and they are doing crazy things like this. And just, the bright people similar to you, curious people who want to learn with a bit of expert help. There are so much that these young minds can achieve. So I really encourage you to do the same. I really encourage you that when you go to the university time is the best time to start your business. It's the best time to find co-founders. It's the best time to use university equipment and all that, and have the expert help. So I really encourage you to be active during your studies. You don't need to have a degree in order to use AI, because so much of that information is online currently. You can, if you are curious and capable of learning, you can go online and learn most of this stuff. But if you are somebody who likes the social interaction, you know that you want the structure for your education, then university can help. And I think that you should expect this type of services, that they can help you to also nest your business idea and your business building into your studies. You should already expect that from the university. So I really encourage you to be active, be entrepreneurial during your university, and and also dig into AI. If you are not a tech expert, find somebody who is more engineering minded. But for everybody, I think that you should definitely at least build understanding of what AI can do for you, and that you can do podcast, YouTube, live streams like this, hopefully, and sources that are not dictated by any university. But I don't know if there are some questions or
There are
answer.
questions. There are questions, and it's always amazing listening to you, Santri. There's a question we have. It is, how difficult is it to program an AI to recognize your eye and open a device or something like that? That's
You mean like a security point of view, or just
yeah. I think it means that security point of view. I think.
Well, for this question, I'm sure that one of our AI guys would provide a better answer. But in order to, just to give you a reference point, in order to create a Python script that uses pre-existing neural net to recognize your face and start implementing, let's say, a funny hat on your face as an augmented reality app, that's 5 lines. So it can be really easy, really powerful when you know what you're doing.
Right. And there's another question now. So, how to integrate neural network into a game designed by us?
Well, once more, I'm sure that a game developer would give you a much better answer for this. But now already there are pre-existing AI components, neural net components in game engines like Unity. So if you want to explore that space, and you are novice, or you don't have previous experience, you should definitely look into those ready-made game development, game engines, and use their tools to begin with. Because typically how those are layered is that it gives you the basic tools that you can get started with, and then if you know how to write algorithms, there is so much you can do more, but you can get the basics very quickly. So Unity is at least something that I have experience with, and my teams have experience with, and they have been extremely satisfied with that.
Great, great. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for interacting with our students and boys and girls. We have shared the connect. You can connect with Santry over the Twitter. We have shared the connect with you, and looking forward to hearing more from you. Thank you very, very much. Have a
Thank
great
you.
day.
Yeah. Bye, everyone. Enjoy.
So the next guest for today, I hope you're all enjoying the session, and I can see question coming about when do we start the workshop. We will start the workshop at the time allocated. Yeah. So have patience, Parth. We will be coming to that too. Of course, that's a part of the agenda. Yeah. So the next person I'm inviting here is, uh, okay, uh, is he here already? Okay. So Siddhant Agarwal, I'm inviting him here. Thank you very much, Siddhant, for coming here to interact with our students.
Hey,
And
Namika.
hey, to tell you, I haven't interacted much with him, but as much as I have seen him interact with my students so far, I can tell you he's a very popular face with the children. He interacts with the students at various different platforms with different schools. I guess you've been doing some work, and he's a very passionate person. He's a design thinker, and he loves helping the startups. He's currently working as a program coordinator with Google India, and I mean, yeah, he when you listen to him, you will know why he's here. He will talk to you in your language, been there, done that, that way. So over to you, Siddharth. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Anamika. And I will quickly share my screen. One second. Are you folks able to see my screen? Okay, perfect. Awesome. So, hello everyone. My name is Siddhant, and I'll be talking about artificial intelligence in education. Just a quick disclaimer before we get started. So the opinions expressed in this presentation and on the following slides are solely of those of mine. It doesn't associate with my employer. The talk may contain copyrighted material, the use of which I have not been authorized by the copyright owner, and I am using this presentation just for the educational and not-for-profit purposes. It do not replace independent professional judgment and do not involve any commercials. With this, let's get started. A warm welcome to you all once again. My name is Siddhant, and I work as program coordinator with developer relations team at Google in India. What we do, we enable and empower the vibrant Indian developer ecosystem to build impactful solutions using Google technologies that can change the lives of the next billion users. So what we really do, we basically engage developers outside Google via these programs called GDG, Google Developer Groups. These are community-led groups of developers who are interested in Google's developer technology. These groups conduct in-person meetups, like I'm talking about pre-COVID times, with demos and talks, both small and large, and sometimes include activities like code sprints and hackathons. Developer student clubs, these are university-based community groups for students interested in Google's developer technology. Students from all undergrad or graduate programs with an interest in growing as a developer are welcome. By joining a DSC, students grow their knowledge in a peer-to-peer learning environment and build solutions for local businesses and their community. We also have a program called Google Developer Experts. It's primarily for working professionals who are experts. It's like a global network of highly experienced technology influencers who actively support developers, companies, and communities globally. And these are like independent volunteers. They do not work at Google or like work for Google in any capacity. We do have a program called GFS Accelerator. It's Google's global acceleration program. It helps startups build and scale their great products and companies by connecting them with the best of Google, which is like its people, its network, its thought leadership, and the technology, of course. For women out there, we have this Women Tech Makers program that engages over 100,000 women in tech across like 190 countries each year. WTM provides visibility, community, and resources for women in technology across career levels to drive innovation and participation in the industry. Uh, with this, let's move forward. But before I begin, allow me to take a moment to talk about the current COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused extreme amount of panic and suffering to the entire world. The world is experiencing things that it has never before. Globally, cities and countries are being locked down to contain the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. We have seen this in India as well. But I would like to say like we are all in this together and this too shall pass. So my advice is till then, just stay safe, stay healthy and stay indoors. And let's move on to the talk. When we talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning, we always talk about those fancy robots out there. There are so many things that you have also seen, like the self-driving cars out there on the road. You would have seen like street view technology. It's there in your Google Maps as well. Now you can like find out what's like for the people who are blind. They can easily like just point a camera to the street. They get an audio output. Okay, which direction to go to, what's there in front of them. Even for those who can see, they can get to know okay which direction they need to go to. Like all AI are enabled. So these are some of the areas. 1 second, sorry, my bad. So these are some of the applications of artificial intelligence that we see on an everyday basis. A classic example is OK Google. So while there is a hardware device which is Google Home, uh, that's available, but at the same time, sorry, I don't understand. Okay, that was my Google Home. That's it. But at the same time, Google Assistant is also inbuilt in your phones. Now you can do tasks at the command of your voice. You can put in alarms, you can turn on temperatures, you can do things, lock doors, you can play music, not many things you can do. Of course, Google Photos, if you have tried this application before, Google Photos has this face recognition feature. Like it basically like from all the photos in your phone, it recognizes the face of an individual and categorizes all photos. I've been using this feature heavily. It has helped me a lot. Like let's say I had to find out all of my photos. I just like tap on to that my picture and it like brings out all the photos of mine. Similarly of my father, of my mother, or my sister, like that. If you have also seen this Google Translate feature, like it's now inbuilt into other applications as well. There's Google Lens application where you just point a camera to a signboard or to a menu card. It translates in real time. Like you are in a like foreign land, you don't know that language, and you can easily like navigate through that that particular area. Even in Gmail, like if you are a heavy Gmail user, there's a smart reply feature in Gmail. It automatically completes your sentences. It has helped me at least a lot. Like more, like I used to write those sentences which needs to be completed automatically instead of typing on my own. Now Gmail gives me that feature and completes it for me. I've seen machine learning in almost like all of these Google technologies, not just Google technologies, like everywhere all around us, we see machine learning out there. There's fingerprint recognition, there's biometrics that you would have seen. ML has been improving, artificial intelligence has been improving our consumer experience a lot. It has unlocked like endless possibilities. These are like some of the examples that I talked earlier, which are like something that we do on, like we see on a day-to-day basis. But something more complex, if I have to talk about, like in healthcare, we have discovered that looking at the scans of the human eye, machine learning can assess a person's risk of heart attack or stroke. Like this was not known before. We didn't knew like something could like this could be like developed. It could be bring to the mainstream of the healthcare industry. Just imagine if the screening can be done on a mobile device, how profound the effect is going to be. Suddenly, the whole world has access to easy, rapid, affordable, and non-invasive screening of heart diseases, saving many lives. I'm talking about like rural India, where there is no internet connectivity, or there are no expert doctors that can be made available for these screenings. But still, like saving those human lives matter to everyone. So yeah, that's one example. Uh, if I go beyond, like for 20 years, Google search has provided people with information they need, and in times of crisis, access to timely, actionable information is often crucial. Now, to help improve awareness of impending floods, we've been seeing floods. For the like every year we talk, like we get to know like, oh, flood happened in this particular part of the world, part of the country. Now we are using AI and significant computational power to create better forecasting models. Like we used to get these models earlier as well, forecasting earlier as well, but these are not that accurate. Where exactly will it flow through? Uh, when it will be flowing through? Now you can like you get to predict when and where the floods will occur, and incorporating that information into Google public alerts, like public to get that information. It used to exist with the government or with those officials, but now I'm talking about with the public, getting the first-hand information to the public. So these images depict a flood simulation of a river in Hyderabad in India. The left side uses publicly available data, while the right side uses Google data and technology. Like you could see, like the models contain higher resolution, accuracy, and up-to-date information. You get to know, like, okay, which part of that particular city or the town, the flood, the volume of water is high. So these are some of the applications, those complex applications of machine learning and artificial intelligence. Even in astronomy, like hunting for new planets in our universe is no easy task. Like these planets are very small. These are cold and dark objects compared to their host star. So recently, researchers and astrophysicists have analyzed large amount of data from the Kepler mission, and by using machine learning, now they were able to find out a new solar system in itself. They have recently discovered a new planet called Kepler 90I, making the first 8-planet solar system we know of, other than our own. So I've been talking a lot about the applications of AI that we see on a day-to-day basis. Those they are there in the industry, complex ones. But if I have to talk about like why is this the right time to be teaching AI in schools, or even like for you folks who are like students, for learning AI in schools. So AI is like playing an increasingly prominent role in the society. You know that we have been talking about it. Intelligent assistants are there, self-driving cars are there, autonomous robots are there. Uh, so with this increase of a technology in our day-to-day lives, there comes a time like when we have to learn this technology as well. So the informed citizens need to understand these basics, like how the AI works, how the AI can solve the societal problems, make important public policy decisions around surrounding AI technologies. We like AI technologies, of course. Like when you talk about artificial intelligence, it might cause a job loss in some areas because it's automating few of those manual tasks. So those the tasks that have been redundant, that have been manually done so far. Um, those kind of jobs will decrease with AI coming into big picture. However, there will be a gain, like there will be an increase in the jobs in other areas, more specialized areas. And that's where it brings a point that if someone is hiring you, then at the same time they would be expecting that you should be knowing basics of AI, or to some extent machine learning and deep learning. So there is a growing need for AI literate workers. When I say AI literate workers, it's basically the working professional class. Like earlier used to be a time when companies used to invest a lot in the upskilling of their employees, but even that happens now as well. But at the same time, they expect someone who is joining the company to know basics in advance. Even if you, like, from your schools, if you graduate to your colleges, at that time as well, the university professors have that expectation that, okay, you might have known about these basics in your K-12 in education, in your class 12th education. So students should, like, from the young age, should consider this as the STEM careers. That's one advice. And there's a very interesting quote from this magazine. Uh, when computers decide, like, in the near future, perhaps sooner than we think, actually everyone will need a basic understanding of the technologies that underpin machine learning and artificial intelligence. A basic understanding would be definitely required. If I have to talk about something very recently that happened, Atmanirbhar Bharat Ideathon. I'm sure you would have heard about it. Uh, Ideathon that was announced by Ministry of Human Resource and Development to encourage students, developers, to come up with ideas that solve this COVID-19 situation. I'm talking very specifically about COVID-19 to make people self-reliant. How can someone think of those ideas? So this particular piece of this particular snippet was around news for a long time. There's this guy's student, 17-year-old kid, who became like a COVID warrior, making lung AI app. He's just like you, a class 12 student, 17-year-old kid. He won that HRD Ministries Ideathon contest. What does his application able to do? Like, he created this lung AI application, of course, to detect COVID-19. But do you know what? Like, it can detect COVID-19 in less than 3 seconds. Amid this growing numbers of COVID-19 positive cases, more so when the healthcare professionals who are the front line um, of the battle against pandemic are getting affected with this contagious virus. Like, even our healthcare professionals are getting infected. This Delhi-based 17-year-old class 12 student has come up with a possible means to detect coronavirus, becoming the youngest contributor to fight against COVID-19. This you can be him. Like, you can also think of it. So let me just take quick 1 minute to talk about what does this application do. It's a web-based application. It's a combination of 6 machine learning models which detects COVID in 3 to 5 seconds. I have tested this out, and it really works in 3 to 5 seconds. The application was selected under, like, sustainable environment category. Apart from detecting COVID-19, the application is also capable of rooting out 16 other pulmonary diseases, including lung cancer. This kid was going beyond COVID-19. He said, like, okay, COVID-19 is one thing, but if I have to talk about, like, post COVID-19, let's say things have gone, like, everything is fine. What next? Will my project survive? So he went beyond that process of detecting COVID-19, and just from the chest X-rays, he's able to detect other lung diseases like lung cancer even. So what I'm trying to say over here is, think of going beyond the application that you're thinking of making right now. It might be that you're designing for now, but think about the future as well. Like, what all you can add. Think whether this thing will survive in future or not. So think from that perspective. You too can come up with similar kind of machine learning models. You can still work on. These are some of the areas, these cloud technologies that you can use. Like, on the extreme left is ML frameworks like TensorFlow, Cloud ML Engine, Spark ML, Cloud Data Proc. That gives a total control to design and develop your machine learning models. While on the extreme right are the machine learning APIs, which are like ready to go APIs. You just like to use the APIs, know how to fetch these APIs, and you can easily do the detections. Good for like good for production parts. Like instead of redesigning everything from scratch, you can use these APIs, see what all these APIs are capable of, and of course these APIs are getting advanced every now and then, and you can use the prediction directly in your application. So for example, like Cloud Speech API, it does your speech to text translation. So you just give in an audio input, it gives out your text output, and vice versa as well. So these kind of APIs are like ready to go API. However, like you think that, hey, this is not working for my data set. My data set is very unique. I need to like work from scratch, but I don't want like too much of efforts in terms of like programming, coding neural networks. I know basics. How can I still work on it? So the middle path is the AutoML, which really helps you. All you have to do is bring just your own data, and it does the rest. So for example, it can detect, let's say you have, so if I talk about clouds, there are, even in cloud there are like different types of clouds. uh, for a meteorologist, the types of cloud helps in predicting what type of weather it will be, whether it will be thunderstorm, whether it will be like light rains, or whether it will be sunny. So let's say you given those images of clouds to this AutoML feature. What it does is, it kinds of like just go like finds out, okay, there are clouds in this image, okay, fine, what type of cloud it is, and gives you that prediction. So all you have to give is just data. Rest of the task is done, like the training that ML models is done in the backend for you already. So these are something that you can always get started. To know like how to get started, how to use them, I would suggest like just search for machine learning APIs like Cloud Vision API. Just search for them, search for AutoML. There are a lot of good documentations already available on internet that you can use. So that's one part of it on the cloud side. Giving a power to you on your mobile devices, or something which can work remotely. They're like doing those inferences on a smaller device. These are like HTPUs, something tensor processing units as we call it. These are like smaller versions of your. Think of it like you have large data centers or large servers which can crunch good data amount of data. You just like compacted it to a smaller version, and you can use it. Uh, for example, like applications of HTTP, if I have to say, like in your street lights for any kind of road accident detection on the on the junction, or like just randomly you have placed these HTPUs. It can like do all your machine learning computations on that device itself. It's very tough to be connected to internet at every point of time on those junctions because of like internet lags, internet going out completely. So these things can help you. To get started, there are some very simple and very easy tutorials or these applications that you can try. Like there's this Google's Quick Draw that you can always go ahead and see and experiment on your own. It basically tells you like how a neural network learns whatever you draw. So you get to get a feel of it. You just draw something, it tells you, okay, draw a helicopter. You draw something, and just by your doodling it can recognize. So you get to know like how a neural network recognizes your doodles. Similarly, there's this TensorFlow playground. It's very simple to use. These are like just you have to just drag drops, you have to just move around things. You get to know like how a neural network really works. Again, I will not go in depth of these. These are there for other speakers to talk during the workshop. But yeah, you can always try out. The links are given. The link for Google's Quick Draw is quickdraw.google.com. For TensorFlow Playground, it's playground.tensorflow.org. And this is something which I really like. It's Cementress. I really like this one. I play it quite often as well. So it's research.google.com/Cementress. What it does is basically, it's powered by machine learning, of course. It prompts you a word, and you have to come up with a word associated with that particular word, something very similar. For example, it prompts you motorcycle. So whatever you can think of that can associate motorcycle, you have to just type quickly. You have to think fast and type fast. So let's say you associated motorcycle is tires. So you type tires and press enter. It goes. It keeps on happening. So it basically checks into the machine learning pool that, okay, is this word associated with this or not? If yes, then that word goes. And there's another word. And you have to do it at fast because there's a timer running. It keeps on adding, like the way it is in your Tetris. If you've played that game anytime before, it works in a very similar way. It keeps on building on top of each other. So that's on the way you can learn these technologies. You can experiment these machine learning AI features by various companies. But I always say, like, with this great power comes great responsibility. Use this AI wisely. There's a concept of machine learning fairness or AI biasness, ethics of AI, as we say. So make sure that you're using artificial intelligence for good, uh, for the betterment of the society. And that's where I always say, like, develop solutions for social good, develop solutions for sustainable development goals using AI. UN has laid out these 17 sustainable development goals, SDGs, that you can always work on. Think of, like, what you can develop, what solution you can come up for, like these 17 goals, using powered by machine learning and artificial intelligence. Building for social good and so building for humanity is what I would encourage you. Build for digital India. We're living in COVID times right now. Everything has gone virtual. Everything is getting digital. India is getting digital. Like, I think, although there have been a lot of challenges, but I have never seen this golden time for India when things are like completely online. So yes, build for this digital India. And of course, time to build using AI is now. You can connect with me on Twitter at @Sedagarwal04. And that's it from my side. I can take up any questions if we have time.
Yes, thank you very much. Sid, it is always a pleasure to listen to you. There is a question that is there. It says Doppler shift and other technologies are discovering planets and solar systems. So, how can AI be implemented there?
So, as I talked about the previous example as well, and as you said also, uh, it can discover planets and other solar systems. We have seen with Kepler 90I, a totally new solar system has been discovered, which is just like our own solar system. How it really works is, like, there are a lot of data, astronomical data that they capture, astrophysicists capture. Now, to read that data, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of computation. But if you train a machine learning model in a way, it can, like, see the features, those parameters that are there in those images from those telescopic images. You're able to discover another kind of a solar system, and that's how it happens.
Great. I also want to, draw everybody's attention to the first disclaimer that Siddhant laid out. And why was it so important? I actually, wanted to talk about that also. So, when we are working, we work with ethics. And it was a very fine example of how ethics have to be put before anything we do. Thank you so much for doing that, Siddhant. I really, really appreciate your disclaimer. Thank you. Looking
Pleasure.
forward to. Yeah, so it talks volumes about how we are conducting ourselves in a day-to-day life. Thank you. Nice
Thank you.
knowing that. And I hope everybody understands this part also when they're now that you're growing up, you're going to work in an environment that is professional. So these are very small things, but they matter a lot.
Yep.
Right. Thank you, Siddhant. Looking forward for more interactions and more talks with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and all the best, everyone out there listening to me.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Um, so the next, I hope you enjoy this talk. You all did? Okay, now is the time that you have been waiting for. The time for a workshop, and we have with us Mr. Ghansham. And I would not need many words to describe him. You will be doing it by the end of the session for sure. But to give you a very short brief about him, he's an experienced program manager with a demonstrated history of working in education management industry. He has a hands-on experience in facilitating and teaching design thinking and design sprint to industry persons and students. Today is going to be, he has taken out his time to talk to you, or not talk to you, but take you through a complete introduction of AI. So thank you very much for being here, Ghana. That's how we call him. Thank you very much. And now, what is the importance of this workshop? We could have given you a lecture and walked away. The idea behind any kind of a technology based learning is application, to be able to use it, to be able to apply it. And for that to happen, we have to get down to working with our own hands. That is the importance of doing this. And the objective behind this particular workshop is essentially that when you leave this, when you we complete with this 2-day program, you understand AI better, you know how to use it, you know how to apply it, and you can experiment with them as the time goes by. Of course, we are going to come up with the advanced versions later, but this is going to set the ball in motion and will help you to understand it when your school introduces AI to you, or when you observe things around you. So AI is everywhere as it is. Like, if you look at anything that you're working with right now, all the electronic devices and all, AI is dominant everywhere. The only thing is to be observant and to be understanding and to now be more keen on learning about it, right? So I won't take much of your time. Over to you, Ghana. Thank you very much. And boys and girls, get started. Please, as usual, keep putting your questions in the chat box and we will be answering them slowly. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Anamika. So, hi all, welcome. So I see some of the comments saying, finally it's a workshop time and it's something to do hands-on. Yes, you will be doing some hands-on, but first, like anything else, there will be some talk. While I set up my machine and while I share my presentation, I think have a 2-minute break so that if you have a washroom, if you need to run to the bathroom, just go and come back, stretch yourselves, because I know you've been sitting for the past 2 hours and 20 minutes. So stretch yourselves and get ready. It's going to be a interactive session wherein I will ask you some questions in between, and I would want to hear from you as well. There are no system prerequisites, Bindu Malini. It's any system. If you have just a web connection, that's good enough. So if you're watching me, you will be able to take part in this workshop. So here you go. You have 2 minutes for a quick break. So Anamika, I'm sharing my screen. Let me know once you can.
Sure. Sure.
Are you able to see the screen?
No, not yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's visible.
Perfect. Okay. First thing first, I was just looking at the comments. Question is which language we are using. you're not going to we are not going to use any particular language. So this is what I'm teaching you today, is how you can create models even without like knowledge of any language, any programming language. So anyone can create their own machine learning model. Second thing is prerequisite. As I told you, all that you need is internet connection, and that's good enough. Like that will be towards the end of this workshop when we get to the hands-on part. Before that, I want to give you all an introduction to AI, to artificial intelligence. Before that, a little bit about myself. My name is Gansham, as you all know. I have this company called Edler Hub, wherein I work with industry people, and I work with college and school students, helping them to understand various technologies, helping them spread awareness of design thinking. So when we say design thinking, it's one of the methodologies, it's one of the methods which is used to help foster the innovation. So it's a problem solving technique. Apart from that, I do a program management. I'm a program manager for University Innovation Fellows. The University Innovation Fellows is a program which is for college students, for undergrad and grad students. It is by the Stanford University, the D School at Stanford. It's a program by them, and I'm a program manager. I take care of the program in India and Southeast Asia, basically. Also a mentor for Atal Innovation Machine. Dr. Ramanan spoke about it, Atal Innovation Machine, and I'm one of the mentors for a couple of schools in Bangalore. I'm based out of Bangalore. Siddhant mentioned about Google for Startups. So it's a program which Google is conducting for startup, helping them scale their or accelerate their startup, and I'm one of the mentors for them. And I also am a design sprint master. So Google has a program, or Google has a academy called Design Sprint Master Academy, and I'm one of the first few design sprint masters from India. So that's about me. Moving on to the next one. What can you expect from this workshop today? I will talk about WWW of AI. That's what, why, and when. I'll be introducing you to machine learning, and finally, like we'll be doing a hands-on. Like I'll also give you an opportunity where you can go ahead and you can create your AI models without any knowledge of these skills. So the term AI, so the moment we say AI, what comes into anyone's mind, anyone and everyone's mind today is it could be a robot, it could be the self-driving cars which Siddhant was talking about, or it could be any of the high-end equipments, or high-end, as he was talking about, finding the solar system, the Doppler solar system and stuff. But actually speaking, in our day-to-day life, we can see how AI has impacted. So this is my Gmail. So the moment I have a to address, and the moment I start sending an email, you can see that the name pops up. The moment I write a hi or dear, it takes from the name, it reads from the name, and it suggests me, okay, this is the name you need to do. So if I have 2 or 3 emails, it gives me like a comma. It is separated by comma. It gives me the names. It helps me to complete the statements. So you can say the moment I write hope, it says, okay, all is well, because that's something which I've been using. So what it does is the Gmail has understood from my past writing, and also Gmail has understood from other people's, like how the sentences have been formed, and it suggests me auto responses. It suggests me like what are the statements, how to complete the statements. One more example, feel free. The moment I say feel free and con, it gives me the next steps, like contact me if you have any questions. Another example, what we can see is any of these are day-to-day platforms what we are using for video consumption. It could be Netflix, Amazon Prime, YouTube, MX Player, like Hotstar, everything is there. So where AI comes into picture is like what it recommends to us. If you can see, I have shared 2 screens. So one screen is mine, one screen is my friend's. And you can see based on our past experiences or past viewing, it is suggesting totally different things for me. It is suggesting totally different things for my friend. So this is where AI comes into picture. This is where artificial comes into picture. The prediction part is where artificial intelligence comes into picture. Just give me a second. Another thing which we see in our day-to-day life is if you're using an Android device or if you're using an iPhone, you have your Siri or your Cortana on Windows or Hey Google on your Android devices, and even the speakers. So the moment you call them, it comes up and it is waiting for your command. So that is where AI comes into picture. Even on our phones, we have these keyboards which are helping or which are helpful in smart prediction. So if I'm just playing your video, you can look towards the right. You can see whenever automatically it started giving me like suggestions. The moment I tap on something, depending on my past experiences or depending on my past inputs, it started giving me some suggestions. So let's get to the important question of like the first question which I had mentioned. What is AI? Anyone wants to take a dig at it? I know a couple of you mentioned in the beginning that you have some experience with AI or machine learning. So anyone wants to write about what is AI? AI is artificial intelligence. Some people responded it's two-letter AI, it's artificial intelligence. Yes, what is AI? It's an artificial intelligence, and it was a term which was coined way back in 1950s. When it was initially when the term was created, it was described as any task performed by a program or a machine that if the humans carried out the same activity, we would say human had to apply intelligence to accomplish that task. So any task which a computer can do, which a machine can do, and which we see that humans also would have to put their intelligence to do it, is called artificial intelligence. The latest statement, or what Professor John McCarthy, who is also the father of AI, what he says is artificial intelligence is the science and engineering of making the intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. And our go-to solution or our go-to site most of the time is the Wikipedia. Wikipedia says artificial intelligence or machine intelligence is the intelligence demonstrated by machines, unlike the natural intelligence displayed by humans and animals. So it is similar to what the humans and animals demonstrate, but this is the intelligence which is demonstrated by machines. So the next question is, why AI? Anyone wants to respond to this? Like, why is artificial intelligence needed? I think there is a bit of lag, so maybe I'll continue with this. Yeah, Pranshu, to stop wastage on time on repetitive tasks, correct? Anything else? To reduce work, saves time, that is right. But I would say the AI is important to solve a lot of problems in our society. Like Siddhant mentioned about it, called the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN SDGs. So these are the 17 problems which the United Nations has identified and wants to work by 2030. So we still have like next 10 years to work on these problems, to ensure that we are creating a better society, to ensure that we are reducing the poverty, to ensure every person has a meal, like has something to eat daily, there is no hunger, ensure health is maintained. So we have started seeing that, at least because of the pandemic, we have started seeing the infrastructure, the health infrastructure of various countries, the health infrastructure of various cities and various states, which is not great. It has not been that great. And AI is something which will be helpful, which has to be used to solve these kinds of problems in the society. So when to use AI? As you have said, it has to be used to ease some work for the human beings. I would say it has to be used when it as a supplementary intelligence for humans. I mean to say, like, it should not at all the times, it should not be to like looking to replace human beings. I think that's a discussion which has been going on. Will AI replace humans? AIs, I would even today I would say AIs will never be able to replace human beings. AI will always be able to help human beings take better decision, make better decisions. It is also helpful to use artificial intelligence when you have decisions to make based on a large amount of data. Like today, in terms of like say the video predictions itself, there is close to about like thousands and thousands TBs of data, terabytes of data, which is available in the world. And to suggest to choose from all these movies or choose from all these video content and suggest people what to watch is something which normal human beings cannot do. Like we have a certain capacity, we have a certain limitations after which our brain stops getting tired. But uh, but in terms of artificial intelligence, it helps us to process all this data and gives us better results or faster results. And finally, the third place where AI will be helpful is when you have to make decisions based on complex algorithms. If it is simple, straightforward algorithms, and if it's a small size of data, I think human beings can do this work by ourselves. Like we don't need the help of AI or any other system. But when we have complex algorithms and when we want to take some decisions based on these kinds of algorithms, complex decisions, that is when AI will be helpful. So all this is well, like we have seen AI where it is used, when it is used, how it like why should AI be used? But my next question is how? Like how are we creating this artificial intelligence? How are we creating or how to program this AI models, what we say? So to begin with, if this is artificial intelligence, as you know, it's a technique that enables machines to mimic human beings based on knowledge gain. So the keyword here is knowledge. The computer or like human beings, systems will be able to make decisions only when they have knowledge. And how do we gain knowledge? We gain knowledge by learning. So how does computer gain knowledge? Computer gains knowledge by machine learning. So machine learning is learning in which machines can learn on its own with the help of data and without being individually programmed. So when I say with explicitly program, when I say explicitly program, we are not programming for each and every problem scenario. We are providing data to the systems and we are helping the systems to with the basics, like how the data needs to be read or how the data needs to be parsed. But we are not going to like train the machines on each and every possibility. Then there is one more subset of machine learning called deep learning. So deep learning is nothing but a subset of ML where there are multiple dimensions to the data, and also it results in multiple layers of machine learning. So to give you an example, it is image recognition and speech recognition. So in an image, there will be like multiple layers of data. And there will be, so since there are multiple layers of data, we also need to go through the same image. The machine has to scan through the image or read that image multiple times so that it can learn everything about that particular image. One other, apart from artificial intelligence, I think one other topic which I also saw in the chat earlier today is called data science. Like, what is data science? Because the moment you talk about AI, data science comes into picture. The moment you talk about machine learning, data science comes into picture. And you might have heard a lot of people saying that they are working towards becoming a data scientist. So What exactly is data science? It is an interdisciplinary field about processes and systems to extract knowledge or insights in various forms, either in a structured data or unstructured data. So from the existing data, the field of the study of understanding this data and getting meaningful outcomes is what data science is about. Let us look at what do you say, a relationship between computer science, artificial intelligence, data structures, data science, deep learning, and ML. So I'll show you an image and I'll wait for a minute from now. There are A, B, C, D, E, like there are 5 circles here. Can anybody tell like what each circle is, what each circle represents here? I'll wait for like say a 30 seconds to a minute to start seeing the responses. So these 5 circles represent computer science, artificial intelligence, data science, machine learning, deep learning. So if you can just give me like what is the relation? Okay, D is deep learning, fine. A is ML. Okay, A is AI. Layers of data. Yeah, Gursimar, all these are like not layers of data. All these represent each part which I mentioned in the subject, the header. One represents artificial intelligence, AI. One represents computer science, deep learning, data science, and machine learning. I think we have the right answer. Om gave the right answer. A is computer science, B is artificial intelligence, C is machine learning, D is deep learning, and E is data science. So if you can see by this relationship chart, we can understand that the computer science is not just about artificial intelligence. So there are other aspects of computer science as well. Like we still have our mobile programming. Mobile programming is different. It is not only artificial intelligence. And then B, that is AI, is a subset of our computer science. It's a subset of the whole computer knowledge. What artificial intelligence is made up of machine learning and deep learning with a bit of data science as well, because data science is not just computer science knowledge, it is also the domain knowledge. So when you say data science business analyst, so that person does not just know computer science, they understand the business part of it. In data science for finance, that person just does not know just computer science, but that person also knows the domain, which could be a finance. So data science is partially overlapping all these computer science concepts, all the AI, ML, and DL concepts. But data science, it would be wrong to say that data science is artificial intelligence or data science is machine learning. So with that, that's just a brief introduction to the WWW of AI. So we are moving on to the next part, that is machine learning. So what is machine learning? I already told you machine learning is a kind of learning in which machine can learn on its own with the help of data and without being explicitly programmed. Machine learning also talk about applying algorithms to observe data and make predictions upon data. So that is, you are giving data to the computer, and based on the data you give to the computer, you are training the computer to read this data, understand this data, and after understanding the data, the computer starts giving you the predictions. After analyzing the data, after going through the algorithms, the algorithm is machine learning. What you write is the machine learning algorithm. So after analyzing these algorithms, after going through the algorithm of the data undergoes this entire transformation through the algorithms, you get the output, and that is the prediction. So there are 4 different solutions in machine learning, like 4 different kinds of outcomes. I am not telling these 4 are the only 4. There could be multiple, but these 4 are the key machine learning solutions which is being in place today. That is classification, regression, clustering, and recommendation. So I get into classification. Like, what is classification? Classification is predicting a discrete value of an entity with a given set of features. So we give some data to the computer. The computer classifies this data based on the algorithm what we have taught the computer or what we have provided for the computer. It classifies these data, and based on that it makes a decision, it gives a prediction. To give you a very classic example, consider if this is data of all kind of messages or all kinds of email what you are receiving. The computer goes through the classification process. The computer, in a classification solution, the computer goes through all these data, understands these data, and it classifies them into two sectors. So you can see some in the previous slide, you can see that it is clustered. In the next one, you can see it is separated. Like there are some green arrows and there are some blue arrows. And what this is it is to predict if it's a spam. So you can see that based on what kind of data it is, your spam prediction happens like this. So computer, how does spam prediction happens? When we say spam prediction is a use of AI, it goes through this kind of a thing where it classifies the input into different parts, and based on the algorithm provided by us, it says what is spam. Another good example for classification is your sentiment analysis. So sentiment analysis is also a big thing which is happening in the world, where people talk about like what is the opinion of the world, what is the opinion of the country. So the opinion earlier, it used to be like a local survey where the news agencies would go to people and talk to them and understand their opinions. But of late, the entire opinions have shifted to online. So depending on your messages online, depending on the kind of words you are using in your statements, in your messages, the algorithm, the AI algorithms tell you whether it's a positive message or it's a negative message, and overall what kind of opinion is going on in the country and the world. So the next one is regression. So what is regression? Regression attempts to predict a real numeric value for an entity with a given set of features. So these machine learning solutions, each of them have different kind of output or a different kind of requirement. So while classification is to classify, the regression is generally to predict a value, predict a numeric value. For example, if you consider a house, the properties, the attributes of the house as a property is price. The price also depends upon the address, what type of a house it is, whether it is a villa, whether it is an independent house, or it's an apartment, it's a farmhouse, what kind of house it is, the age of the house, whether parking is present in the house. So these are the different attributes based on which a property of a value, the value of a property, sorry for that, the value of a property is determined. So according to regression, what happens is when you input all these properties, when you give all these data to the computer comes up with an algorithm where it places different properties of the house. Like it is an invisible chart how the computer predicts it, and then depending on the features and depending on the different features you're going to feed the computer, it will tell you estimated value for a new property. Say there is a new house which is going to be sold in Delhi tomorrow, and if you're looking to know what is the price of this, using these kinds of regression models, the linear regression models, you will be able to identify, the computer will be able to identify, and it will tell you like what kind of a price can you expect depending on what properties, what attributes you are providing for that. Coming to the third one is clustering. Clustering is grouping entities with similar features. It is called unsupervised learning. So what is unsupervised learning? I'll be talking to you a bit later in the session today. So coming to clustering. Computer goes through the data, it reads through the data, like you're not providing any labels here. It reads, it scans the data, and then it comes up with its own prediction of like how it needs to be done. So one of the examples, classic examples, is clustering of news. So it reads all the news feeds which come on a daily basis, and it classifies it whether it is a technology-based news or whether it is a politics-based news, and so on and so forth. Another example for clustering is the market segmentation. So if you say like this is each circle represents the number of hours or the games, number of people playing games. So if you look at this chart, the computer comes up with a model where it groups the similar items together, it groups the similar inputs together, and then it helps the humans to name them. So for example, you can see between the age, like on the x-axis it's the age and y-axis is the playtime in hours. You can see that people between like say 10 and 30, they are serious gamer, that they play for a long time. It could be on the mobiles or it could be on the computer. So computer starts clustering them together. Similarly, then it finds that there are some people who won't play for a long time, but there is age. Like if you can see through this graph, you can clearly make sure that these are the people between 30 and 55 or 30 and 60 who don't invest a lot of time on gaming. So there are some people who play here. That's why they are called the casual gamers. And finally, like at an old age, either they can play some games or they don't even play games. So they are the no gamers groupism. So the clustering. So the machine goes through the data, reads the data, finds the common things between each other, and it starts grouping. This is what the clustering algorithms look like, or clustering output looks like. And finally, we have the recommendation system. So recommendation system is it does is, as the name suggests, it is recommending an item to user based on the past behavior or preferences of similar users. So what does this mean? Like, let us take the system knows the data, it has the data, it has your past purchase, and it has also details about other users' past purchases. So there could be a lot of people who could have bought similar things from you, similar things like what you have bought. So then there is the recommendation system which comes into picture. The recommendation system, it's a matrix. It has like a lot of algorithms which goes through different kind of predictions, which can suggest different kind of predictions. And based on this matrix, you get the recommendations. Like you might have found this probably on say Amazon, Flipkart, or any other e-commerce site. The moment you purchase one item, it starts suggesting you like you might also like, or it also starts suggesting you like there are people who also bought something else with this. Like for example, say if you're looking for a laptop, it says the people who also bought a mouse and a keyboard, a mouse and a monitor. So this is about this is the product recommendation system. This is how the product recommendation system will be helpful. So let us look at the process of machine learning, or the pipeline of machine learning. We have the data. We have the machine learning algorithms, which leads into a machine learning model. So the data is fed into the machine learning model, which ends up giving us in form of predictions. So that is the one which gives us the predictions. And quickly rushing through another slide, the applications of machine learning. We have spoken, like Siddhant has spoken about a few of them already. Like it could be a movie recommendation, it could be face detection, it is anomaly detection, image analysis, natural language processing, IoT analysis, or spam filtering. So these are not all the applications of machine learning. Whatever I have listed is some of the majorly known applications of machine learning. There are more than that as well. I was talking to you about unsupervised learning a few minutes ago. So what is unsupervised learning? Before that, there is two ways how machine learns. One is supervised learning and unsupervised learning. Supervised learning, when it comes to human beings, I can say it's a formal education system where you are taught by it could be your parents, and it could be your teachers. Like there is a well-structured learning which happens. There's a well-structured knowledge sharing which happens. And then we have unsupervised learning. that is where you start learning on your own. It depends from each person, like how it depends from each person. It depends on each machine and each different algorithms we write. Supervised learning, we train the model by providing valid label data. Then the machine starts to learn how to map the input to the output based on what we have provided as data earlier. So as an example, let's take the data here. It's a property, like there on the X and Y axis, we have the area and we have the cost of the property. There are properly labeled data, like what we spoke earlier. There are properly labeled data as to the different attributes of a house, which are provided to the computer and which are provided to the machine. So whenever I say computer, please also understand that as machine, which are provided to the computer, and they will be now be able to predict, like as and when you give a new house or as and when you list a new property, they will be able to predict the fair value of the new home. So you can see in this second graph, there is a green color icon here of a house. So that is a newly entered property, and the machine is telling you, or the machine is predicting what would be the value of this particular property. So this is an outcome of supervised learning, because the inputs what we have given is already labeled well. Then coming to the unsupervised learning, here we provide only data to the machines. The computer by itself, the machine by itself, starts going through the data to make sense of the data which is provided. So it starts breaking down the data and tries to cluster by itself. I will be talking about anomaly detections here a little bit. So similar kind of a example for houses itself. You can see that you are providing all the data, like no labels. You're providing all the data to the model, and what the model does is it starts clustering. It could be based on area. It starts clustering. It could be based on price. But computer itself, the model itself, goes through all these data, reads through the data and starts clustering themselves. So it is a logical clustering, but the logic is not decided by the human beings. The computer by itself suggests what is the logic. So computer itself determines what the logic will be for these clustering. So I think Aditya was asking what is anomaly detection. So anomaly detection, Aditya, is when there is a difference, when there is a discrepancy. Like for example, say you are giving a set of say dog images to, like you're giving a set of images to the computer, and 2 or 3 of them are not of the same type. Like if it's a mixture of say animal images, there will be mostly the images of like say lions and tigers, and 1 or 2 in between you are giving a rat image. And if you want to find what are the different images present, or what images are not part of a bigger cluster, the anomaly is detected. So the rat images here would be the anomalies. So we have spoken so far about machine learning. We have spoken about the solutions of machine learning, the different models of machine learning. But one thing we also need to think or talk about here is data sets. So data sets is the data you're providing for the computer, you're providing for the models to learn. So generally the data sets are split as training data sets and test data sets. Say if you have like 10,000 records of the house selling, or the 10,000 records of the house purchases in the past 10 years or past 2 years, how the data is broken down is 80% of this data is fed into the computer as training data set. So based on this data that the computer starts training itself, it could be both supervised learning and unsupervised learning. You're not providing the 100% data. You're always, like a good practice is to provide only the 80% of data for training. If you're labeling your images, it will be again 80% of the images, whatever you have labeled, will be going to training. The remaining 20% of data is always kept for testing. So this will also help you to determine the accuracy, like how the computer has learned. Even before you give a algorithm out to the public, even before you release a machine learning model to the public, you need to know what is the accuracy of your model is. So always make it a practice that you are not giving all the data you have for training. You need to give 80% for training and keep 20% to ensure to check whether your model is giving you the right predictions. So then when you once you're satisfied with the predictions, that is when you can release these models to the market. So let us look at some of the real life applications based on machine learning. So we are considering two case studies. The first case study is a recommendation system, just a representation of a recommendation system. Now, my question is, how does this recommendation system work? Like, we'll have a look at that. Like, do you know how to how do the computers know? How does the computer know like what to recommend to Ramesh? What kind of movies to recommend to Ramesh? He's one of the users, and what kind of movies to recommend to Julie, who's another user? There is 250 plus TB of data, right? So in this case, we need to understand like how this movie recommendation system works. Let us look at what information the computer knows about Ramesh. So while as human beings we know Ramesh is a person who likes action and comedy movies, like he likes these two, or action, drama, and comedy movies. The computer can understand this only through this kind of vectors or these kinds of matrices. So they don't know what Ramesh is. Ramesh is a man or a woman, or what is the age. They don't identify that. All that they know is based on his previous watching. What is Ramesh like? What kind of movies has Ramesh watched? So it has this kind of a metric. So for action, it's 5.04, 2.5, 0.02 for romance, 1.4 comedy, and 1.1 for tragedy. So these are the movies he has watched. Then it knows the movies. So how it sees movies is, again, it doesn't differentiate between a Japanese movie or a Turkish movie or a Korean movie. All that it knows movies is in terms of numbers, in terms of values. So these are the categories, like when we say action, drama, romance, right? Like these are the categories which are predicted or which are labeled by the users, labeled by the human beings. The computer starts only understanding them. The computer starts only reading them. Post this, what happens is it gets into a matrix. Okay, like considering Ramesh's watching behavior and these three movies. This is the table which it sets up. Okay, so looking at this table, can you tell me like what do you think should be the first recommendation? Which movie do you think the system has to recommend Ramesh first? Anshuman, you have said ratings and items. Ratings and items comes into picture, but there are a lot of times when even a 2 rating movie might be suggested for you, whereas it will not be suggested for others. That is because it goes through a complex set of algorithms. Like it goes through a different set of algorithms. I wouldn't say complex set. It goes through a different set of algorithms. It's not just about the rating. Okay. One thing which I missed is if you're giving a response like which movie, I also want you to write why that movie. Like why do you think? Some people have said movie 1. Why movie 1? Some people have said movie 3. Why movie 3? Can you tell me the reason as well? I would be interested in knowing like how you are making those decision of which recommendation. Okay. So I see that everyone has their own opinion in terms of, like, someone says action score is high, so that would be the case. Someone says movie 1 because the parameters are very close to what Ramesh has watched. But how computer decides is it does a simple vector multiplication. So it does a vector multiplication and it comes with this kind of a output. It says when you multiply each of these values of movies with the corresponding values of what Ramesh is watching, it gives you a score, and the score with the highest the movie with the highest score wins it. So you can see, like, in case of movie 3, romance is having a higher number of higher rating, but even in spite of that, it recommends movie 2 because of the total multiplication. So let us go to the next case study. The next case study is sentiment analysis using simple counting model. Just a disclaimer, I think I could have missed it earlier. So all those case studies which I'm talking here, and although all the information which I'm talking here, which I'm giving you here, need not be the only information or the mechanism which is used in the industry. There is always a different, like, every company has a different recommendation algorithm. So for example, in this case, if I have, it could be like Netflix is using this kind of recommendation, but it could be totally different which another company is doing. So that is the difference each company comes up with, and that is the difference. You have different kind of predictions on each of these platforms. So all the calculations are just one of the samples, one of the case studies, how it has been done. So talking about the next case study of sentiment analysis. So consider this example. In the simple threshold classifier, there are two types of classifiers which are using. One is a simple threshold classifier, and the other one is linear classifier. So as per the simple threshold classifier, what it does is it has a set of positive values, it has a set of negative values. The computer is fed, the model is fed with this kind of information earlier itself. And whenever there is an input statement, it just scans through the entire statement, sees the number of positive words and sees the number of negative words. So if there are more positive words than negative words, the statement is considered to be positive. If there are more negative words than the positive words, then the statement is considered negative. So this is a very simple math based calculation, which based on which the entire positiveness or the negativeness is classified. This is not the only way. As I said, there is another way called linear classifier. In linear classifier, what you do is, it is not just the positive words and the negative words. You are giving you are also specifying the weights for each word. See, for good, it could be just 1, whereas great or fantastic, the score could be more. Awesome, the score is higher. And similarly, you have for bad and awful, you also have scores. For some reason, it's not visible. There is a negative sign for each of these negative words to ensure that the total sum goes negative as well. So depending on the total sum of the statement, total sum of the words, it is classified either as a positive, or it is classified as a negative statement. Okay. So yeah, this is a very brief introduction to machine learning. And the types of machine learning along with the case studies as well. So the next step, what we are going to do is we are going to do a bit of hands-on. We are going to create AI models without any knowledge of programming. Without any knowledge of any programming, I believe some of you are here for the first time. Few of you have knowledge about C, C++, Python, and some of you might not have. So just to ensure that we are all on the same page, I ensured that we do create models without any knowledge of programming itself. Okay, the first thing you need to do is you need to download a data file. So open this link, https:// bit.ly//eh-tsoai-1. So download the data file from here and download and extract the file. So extract only the main zip file. There are multiple zip files in the file. Don't do it yet. Just download and extract the main zip file. We are sharing the link with you on the chat. Yeah, the link will be shared soon on the chat. Let's wait probably for another minute while everyone get the file downloaded and extract them. Aditya, when I say extract, it is just about unzipping the files. Arnav will be doing both audio and video. We'll be both doing the images and the audio part. So just hold on, we'll get started one by one. You can extract it to your desktop, or if you have any specific folders, you can extract the data to specific folder. So let's get started. I'm moving to let's click on get started. And the first one, like right now, Teachable Machine with Google. So it's again a website which Google has created as part of their experiments with AI. This is a website which helps people to create their own AI models without any without any knowledge of any programming language. All that they need to know or understand is a bit of JSON and scripting, that too at a later point of time to use these models. So we are going to get started with image project. So click on image project. either you can use your own webcam or you can upload samples. So let's upload the samples. I have in the zip file which I have given you, I have given you images of cats and dogs. So click on class 1 and rename it as cats. Similarly, class 2 as dogs. Click on upload. And now comes the, you need to open the folder where you have extracted these images. So when you extract the folder, you have, like when you extract the data, you have two folders here, audio and images. Double click on images and click on training. So right now what we are doing is we are providing the training data. So let me go ahead and either I can drag and drop them, or I can just click on this button here and open the files from here directly. Images, training, cats. Again, I have images for dogs as well. So let me go ahead and choose that. Oh, sorry, the second link you have asked for. I'm just seeing the comments. Extremely sorry for this. The second link is going to be teachablemachine.withgoogle.com. Yes, we have sent you the link again. So I'm sorry, like we went too fast here. So we're going back, like I'll just start from the first point when I opened this website. So first thing we are doing is like get started. Right now, this particular website is allowing you for 3 kinds of projects. It helps you to create a model based on images. It helps you to create models based on audio, and it helps you to create models based on the poses. Aditya, it is teachablemachine.withgoogle.com. I can type out in a notepad. So this is the second URL. It is teachablemachine.withgoogle.com. And after that, click on the button Get Started. Someone from the Incubate team, Anamika, are you able to hear my voice? Because there are some comments who says that they're not able to hear me.
Yeah, I'm able to hear your voice. I can hear
Okay,
you.
perfect. Perfect. Okay, click on getting started and click on the first one. We are first going to do a image project. So this is just a sample example which we are going to do. Now that you have access to this website, like it's free, like anyone can access this website. Feel free to come here and try coming up with different kinds of models. But for a standard example where everyone can go through the same what do you say go through the same example and see similar kind of outputs, we are going to use the images which is present in the zip file. So when I say extract from the zip file, I mean to say unzip the files into a folder. We will need those files for this particular example. Click on upload, or before that, let's change the name. Click on class 1 here. It becomes editable. There you can type as cats. That is what I'm going to do. You are free to choose dogs or any other name as well, what you wish to. Second one is dogs. So this is nothing but we are labeling the data. So this is very similar to the supervised learning where we are labeling the data and we are uploading it. Click on upload. So then we have choose images for cats. So click on this. So repeating again, once you have extracted the zip file, you can see two folders, audio and images. For this particular example, we are going for images. Click on images. Since we are giving the data to the model to learn or to train the model, since we are trying to train the model, click on the training folder because I have more data here. As I told you, like try to give 80% of data for training and keep 20% for testing. Similarly, I have like 50 images of cats and 50 images of dogs. So since we are uploading for cats, go to cat and select all the files. So do a control A, it select all the files and click on open. Once you do that, you can see on the right side all the cat images loading. So these are the images I have provided in the zip file. So you can also see that it says 50 image samples. What you can do is, in case if not all the 50 are selected, click on this again and select the missing cat images. So even if I select the same image again, it will take that as a new input. So it will try to read it as a new input and it will go through the, it will read the image again. Raji Lakshmi, if you can ask for which steps, I'll be happy to repeat. Like which part do you want me to repeat? Aryan, shortcut for selecting everything is Control key on your keyboard, Control and A key on your keyboard. If you are using a Mac system, it would be Command and A, Command button and A. Jishnu, I'm not sure if this is Android phone supported. I haven't tried. It could be possible that it is supported on Android phone as well. I will be a bit slow, Nina. I understand like some of them are still taking time to load the images. So let's wait for a few minutes and then we will proceed. So by the way, since I have already selected the cat images here, I'm not going to select them again. I'm clicking on cancel because I have already loaded these files. So now I'm doing the same for dog. So if you come down, I'll click on image samples for dog, upload, and choose the images. So what I'm doing is I have all the dog images in a different folder. So I'm going to that particular folder, clicking on the first dog photo image and doing a Control A and click on open. If you are someone who is well versed with keyboard shortcuts, you can choose the Command A, Control A, or you can select all one by one using the keyboard or using the mouse. Because you were asked to download the zip file, the link is provided above in this chat. It is called bit.ly. bit.ly/eh-tsoai-1. So I hope everyone has selected the cats and dog images. Let's go towards the train model. So before we click on train model, I want to show you, like, just below the train model, there is something called advanced, and you have different options there. The first one is called epochs. Epochs means, like, going on this question mark, it describes what epochs means. Epochs means how many times the image or the model needs to run through each image, needs to read each image. Kushagra, there is no order for the images. Any order is fine. Nina, just check if it's probably a mute or something, because I think others can hear me clearly. So, sorry, coming back to epochs. Epoch is the number of times it needs to run through your sample data or the training data. Right now, the default numbers is 50. I would suggest you always to give a higher epoch. It will take a longer time for the training, but still higher epochs means higher accuracy. What happens is the model runs through the same image multiple times that it can start recognizing each and every pixel. It can start recognizing in a better way. It learns learns the images in a better way to give you proper predictions. So I am say right now we can choose 200 epochs. The next one is batch size. So batch size is at once how many images have to be read. The lesser the number, the better it is. No, Aryaman, epochs is 50 for, it's a default number. It is not because it is 50 images. Even if you give 10 images, the epochs will always be 50, because that's the default which the website uses. Okay, coming back to batch size, the number of images it needs to scan at once. So I will select the minimum number, that is 16. Learning rate, let it be the same. It's 0.01, because the higher number, the way it learns gets varied. So let's leave it whatever it is. And there is something called under the hood. So if you are interested to know how it is, how your model is being training, how the images are being run, what you can do is you can just click on under the hood. Yeah, I'm sure it is visible. So click on under the hood, and it opens a column on the right, and it does not start showing until the training starts. Yeah, the learning rate should be 0.001 on everyone. Sorry, for everyone. Don't change that. Click on train model. So the moment first it says preparing the training data. So what Google also does, or what this particular site also does, is given the number of images, it splits by itself as 80-20. So 80% of these images is used for training, and 20% it considers itself for testing. So even before the model is given for you, the system itself tries to see the accuracy. So they use that for that. They use the 20% data for that. So you can see here on the right side, since we have clicked on under the hood, how it is happening. So it says accuracy per epoch. So 47 times it has run. In the initial times, you can see the accuracy is lower, but as and when the number of epochs are increasing, the accuracy also is increasing. And here it shows how many epochs, like how many times the model has already started working on your data. So you can see that running here. Answering one of the questions, why batch size is low, so 1632. So that is what it's that is the number of images it can read at once, and they have chosen it as a matrix of 4x4. Hridayjot, you have asked for learning rate. For learning rate, it's something which this particular website is using as a parameter. So I am not very sure on what the learning rate means here, except for epochs. Each site or each model, tomorrow if you're going to write your own machine learning models, you can come up with different parameters. So learning rate is something which Google has chosen to keep it. Aditya, can you say which part you want to explain? So I'm closing under the hood now, because our model is trained and we can now test our model. What we can do is switch the input as off. Like if in case you have cats and dogs at home, you can use the input as on and try to show your cats and dogs directly to the webcam. If not, switch it off. And instead of webcam, choose file here. On the top right, there is an option for webcam, choose file. And now we can start choosing images. So what I will do is, let me open my folder. I'll go back to the, so right now I was in test. I'm going to training. Right now I was in training. I'm going to the test folder. Let's do for cats. So I'll randomly drag and drop a folder here. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's not taking. Sorry, the input I had turned it off. So you have to turn on the input. My mistake, I had turned off the input. So now let me try the drag and drop. Yeah, the moment it becomes move, you can see until now it was copy. But the moment you drag the file on that particular area, it says move. So leave the mouse. You can see the output underneath. It says the probability is 100% for cat. Let's take this where we have more cats there and drag on the same area. So it is recognizing them as cats. Let's check for dogs. Yeah, you can start seeing like the probability here. It starts saying cats or dogs. Saksham, I think this is built using AutoML Vision APIs. So since it's by Google, I believe it is developed using AutoML Vision itself. It depends. Like if you have chosen the same kind of epochs, if you've chosen the same kind of files, and uh, which kind of image are you loading, it depends on that. So that's the reason which I told you, like not every machine will treat it the same way, not every algorithm treats it the same way. If the epochs are different, it could be the output can differ as well. So now that this part is done, you have an option to export your model. So just thinking that this is something which you want to use in your which you want to use in your games. So this is where I believe I can answer it a little bit of what you have been asking earlier. Like if you want to use AI and ML in your games, how you can do it? First, you have to create a model, and you can create a model using the existing tools, or you can create the models on your own. Okay. Creating the models, one thing which you need to do, one thing which you need to know is all this creation of ML models needs a thorough knowledge of mathematics. So it is nothing but your algorithms, it needs to come up with a lot of probability and statistics. It uses a lot of linear algebra. So have your basics strong if you want to build your own AI, if you want to build your own ML model. It doesn't matter, like it doesn't matter whether you know C, whether you know Python, because for writing the algorithms you need to have your basics right, you need to have your algorithm skills right. Okay, click on exporting model. If you want to download this entire model, you can download it, or what you can also do is, this website gives you three options. If you can export this for TensorFlow, one is TensorFlow JS, one is the TensorFlow Keras model. So that is for if you're using the TensorFlow cloud for any of your projects. And then there is TensorFlow Lite. So TensorFlow Lite is if you're creating these models and if you want to deploy it for any of your mobile applications, you can use TensorFlow Lite. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm going for TensorFlow.js, and I just click on upload my model. So after uploading the model, the only key thing what you need is this one, this URL. That is the URL where your model is existing. I am just going back to some of the comments before I come here. Aryan, I'm not sure. Like Google has Google has outsourced this entire teachable machine. So if you go to GitHub, you can find what are the programs they're using and what are the commands they're using to make this happen. So I haven't explored that. If you are interested, please go ahead and explore that. There is this entire project is available on GitHub. Next. Raspberry Pi TensorFlow, right? Yes. Guneet, after moving the image, moving the image is one way where I told you to test your data. If you're not able to move, use the upload, choose images button which is present, and you will be able to do the same. Lucifer, we have trained the model only as we have trained the model only based on cats and dogs images. So will it recognize lion as a cat? I'm not sure, because computer does not know that lion belongs to cat family. You can try giving lion as an input and see what it does. It is a possibility that it could also recognize it as a dog, because there could be some dog images which have similar features, or like say the facial hair. It could be that. Ayush, what is loss per epoch? Loss per epoch in the sense if it is going through a particular cycle in one of the learning cycles, if it has lost any data or if it is not able to recognize some data in an image, that is the loss per epoch. Okay, repeat from the export button. Okay, let me start doing that. I click on the export model button or export model option. You can use your models for three different, like you can export for three different kinds of projects. One is the JavaScript version, that is the TensorFlow JavaScript version. Then you have TensorFlow Keras model. So this is where you're using cloud, like the TensorFlow cloud itself, TensorFlow as a platform itself. For that, if you want the model, you need to use the TensorFlow option. And if you're using it for mobile devices, you use the TensorFlow Lite. You have more details about whether it is for Android or whether it is for Coral here. You will be able to get more details here. But for this example, what I did is I clicked on TensorFlow JS, and I initially first time it gave me like upload. There was a button here called upload. I clicked on that. Since my model is already ready, you can see this. There is a shareable link. And for an example, what we can do is copy this entire code from here. So I am copying it and I will paste that code and save it as a HTML file, just as an example. So when you open, this is how you see. I am not going to click on this start button because in the HTML file, we have written a code where it needs to use the webcam, and I don't like my webcam is already occupied with for this particular session. So you will not be able to see anything in the webcam, or you will not be able to show the output. So you are free to try it. I am sure like some of you were trying to start the webcam and see yourselves. So this is very similar to that. It starts giving it and it starts showing like 30% dog, 80% dog, or whatever it is. Nihal, scrape images. One thing is try to download legal image, like images in a legal way, because most of the times images might be copyrighted. So the best place where you can download images is kaggle.com. So I'm just putting it here. It's kaggle.com. It is not just images. There are different kinds of data. So as and when you people are interested to learn more about artificial intelligence, learn more about machine learning and deep learning, you can go to kaggle.com. This is one place where people also, they have like a lot of competitions happening on machine learning. So if someone is really interested, please visit this site. All the cats and dogs images which I shared with you are downloaded from kaggle.com itself. Kushagra, you can download it. Downloading it, you can use this JavaScript file in whichever manner you want, or in whichever in whichever web page or a website which you want to do it. I'm Big Boss. Probably you need to scroll down your screen or zoom out from your browser. That is why you're not seeing the output. Simran, I copied the entire content, so I'm just showing you. I copied this entire part. It's a sample which they have given. The code snippet is something which the website, which when you're exporting, it gives you. I just copied it and saved in a notepad file as HTML. There are also other websites from where you can use these what do I say, these JavaScript files, the links to JavaScript files, and you'll be able to create games. You'll be able to create learning modules, teaching modules. This is especially for the teachers. So it could be very helpful. And again, there is another website called Glitch. If you want to see, it's Glitch. So Glitch is a website where you can do programs without knowledge of any programming language. Even there, you can use these ML models to create programs, to create some amazing games or activities. You can plan for some activities. Kashinathan, I need to know, like, when you say I'm not able to upload an image, where are you not able to upload an image? Okay, Aryan, I uploaded an image of a page of a book. It says it's 86% how. So what it does is it doesn't know, like it doesn't read your image name and it suggests the name. It suggests what it does is it goes through each and every pixel in your test image or in your source image, and if it finds any similarity between that, that is when it says, okay, this probably can be classified as a cat. So that is how. So, Suryansh, what can we do with the JavaScript? You can use this JavaScript in any of your websites, in any of your web programs, or you can also use this in these websites, which I said, the Glitch. Glitch also uses JavaScript, so you can use JavaScript as input, and you can use any of these machine learning models in your programs. There are some games where I have seen, which is based on your activities. So what they have done is they have taken a model from this one, and there is a image on the screen who runs when you run, who jumps when you jump. So Parth, I think if you are talking about the HTML, just open the HTML and click on that start button. That is what it is. So rather than this, I would tell you, let's go to the next one. Let's go to another example. Before we go to an example, if in case you're interested to save this file, click on this icon or click on this hamburger icon here and click on save project to drive. So this project will be saved to your Google Drive. It will ask you to log in with your Google credentials. Yeah, it will ask you to log in with your Google credentials, and you can save this project. So since I've already saved this project, what I'm going to do is I'll create a new project now. And we are going to audio project now. So in case of audio project, you have two options. Again, either you can record it directly from your microphone or you can upload. One thing about uploading files is you cannot upload any audio file into this program. So the current limitation what they have is you need to upload only those files which are downloaded from this website. So I have already created them and shared with you. So I'm going to, first class is the background noise. So I'm going to choose the zip file for background noise. Now, if in the original folder, as I told you, there were two folders, audio and images. I click on audio. I click on background noise samples and open it. Like, don't unzip it. This takes input only in the form of a zip file. Then I have two more, I can create two more classes. So first class, I'm doing claps. Again, uploading files. I have the clap sample. And third one is I'm creating a new class. So let me delete this and show. If you come further down, there is a small option called add class. You need to click on add class. And I'll rename it as Whistle. So these are the samples I have created. You are free to create more classes if you want, or for now you can just stop it here, like with these three examples which I have shown. So Whistle samples. Okay, it is showing me an error. So let me try dragging them. Yeah. So there is a possibility it is saying you it can upload only. Yeah. So it is not uploading because for upload it says it needs to download only with this one. So what you can do is you can do drag and drop. Drag the file and drop it here. Drag the zip file and drop it. That's what I showed you as well. Once you do that, you will be able to see the samples here. I'll wait for a few minutes before you're able to upload this, and so that you have some time to upload this. Yeah, so the upload is not working, guys. So if the upload is not working, use the drag and drop option. You will be able to see the samples loading there. Worst case, if even drag and drop is not working, I would say go ahead, use the mic, and you will be able to what do I say, set the examples or upload, create samples. So let me show you one example of how to use the mic as well. I hope I'll be able to use it. So I'm scrolling down, adding a class. I'll name it as test. And use mic. Okay, I have a backup mic as well. So let me try that. Sample one. So it records only for 2 seconds. So after it records, I need to extract samples. I click on this extract samples button. Similarly, let me create, it says 8 minimum. So let me go ahead and create sample 2, sample 3, sample 4, sample 5, sample 6, sample 7, last 2 samples. So you can see that I have created another class called test. And this is directly, I'm using the microphone to record them. So I showed this just as an example so that in case you're not able to drag and drop the files, you can also use microphone to create your own records or create your own sample files as well. How you can download it, there is a small 3 dots, click there, and you can click on download samples. So this is how I downloaded the samples for you. You can download the samples in same way for a future use as well. Epochs, again, in this one you don't have multiple options, it's only epochs. Again, I always try to keep the epochs higher, so for now I keep 150. And let me click on train model. It will take a while for the training to complete, and it's still preparing the data, and once it prepares the data, you'll start seeing the output. Ishan, yeah, you can set the higher epochs value as well. The more epochs value you set, the more time it takes to train the model. So use 100 to 200. That's really fine. Meenakshi, it could depend on which kind of image it is. Basically, if it is if there is some issue with the image and it looks more like if there are more features of cat in that particular image and if the quality is not good, this does happen. And you can see how it uses the data from trained audio. Like once it is done, see, right now I'm talking, whenever I'm talking, it is giving most of the noise is the output is wavering between background noise and test, because it has some part of the data for claps is having a background noise. It is having a white noise in the background. So whenever there is a white noise which the microphone is getting, it thinks that it's a clap. So that's why that the whole numbers have been changing in the output. Now I'll show you with an example of clap. So you can see that specifically only when I clapped it, the claps went for 100%, because that is how it has read that. So if you see the samples, right, you can see some parts of the sample in different colors. So that is how it has taken it. And you can also see in this microphone part where it is continuously reading your data or continuously reading your voice. If you're talking, in my case, since I've been continuously talking, it's reading that. Now, if I'm quiet for a while, you can see background noise getting more of the percentage. So the reason test is also getting some kind of a number is because in my samples which I fed, I was not talking continuously. So there was some pauses in between. So the machine has read that as, okay, even the test data can be that there is some silence. So that is the reason you always were seeing there is some portion of test percentage also which is being shown. So it was not 100% of background noise, but say 80 to 90% of background noise and the test. So overlap factor, it's how frequently, what is the overlap which can be existing between two test samples it needs to take. So there could be a 0.5 seconds of overlap. So that is the overlap factor. You just take on that arrow mark, it gives you that exact description of what is that overlap factor. So yesterday, earlier this week, when I was trying on this particular portal, right, I also trained it with the sounds of cats and dogs. But I was trying to do that. Issue was uploading the samples. Uploading the samples became an issue. So that's the reason I did not share the cats and dogs samples with you, because they had to be again like directly recorded to the mic, and then they had to be downloaded. So that's the only reason I didn't do that. But you are free to do it. If you have like pets at home, use them. I don't know, like another interesting thing for you is you can create one class each for each of your household people voices. One could be for you, one could be for your brother or sister, your siblings, one could be for your parents. And then in the output, try and see like if they talk, is it showing the correct value? And can we create games or something with this site? This site will not allow you to do that, but you can use this model, and on the other platform which I said, that is Glitch, you will be able to create games using these models. So output, again the same way, click on export model and click on, as I told you here, you can see it does not allow you to download the outputs for your phone or your TensorFlow platform. It allows only the JavaScript. So click on JavaScript, upload my model. You can do the same thing. I'm copying the entire code. So if I click on this small icon here, it copies the code directly. And let me show the sample now. So I'm saving this as a HTML file, which earlier I had already saved. Let me reload it. You can see earlier it was saying image model. Now it says teachable machine audio model. And I click on start, and it could ask me for permission maybe for the microphone. Let me see. Yeah. So once it is received, you can see the output. So background noise, test, claps is 0, whistle. So now if I like whistle for the whistle, I think it will go higher. Yeah, you can see that the whistle went to 1 and stopped coming there, because whistle is nothing but the frequency of the air coming out of my mouth, and that's why even now you can see sometimes the whistle going 1 or 2 points higher and lower. All right. So these two are the samples which I wanted to talk about. Like this is these two models were something which I wanted to do it. Then there is also another website. If you are interested, you can explore this. It is called vacinator.org. I'm sure you will get this link in the chat as well. And also I'll write it here. It is vacinator.org. This website helps you to create new music, build new musical instrument, gestural game controllers. So you can explore that. It's free of cost, like it's again open source thing. So with that, I think I come to the end of today's session. We'll be happy to take some questions. I will be back tomorrow. Like we have another workshop tomorrow also. It's about creating your own chatbot. I hope it will be interesting for you. We'll talk a bit about deep learning as well before that.
Thank you very much, Ghanshyam. Thank you very much. I hope their children have learned and have been able to understand what you've tried to explain. There are a few questions here that I was looking at. Okay, so can we make voice assistant recognition using this home-based voice assistant?
Uh, I think I'll hold off. Like Arvind, we'll hold off that question for tomorrow because a little bit will be there. Like I'll be talking about voice assistant. So let's hold it till tomorrow.
And there's another one. What is the best platform to make games?
It depends. It totally depends if what kind of games you're looking for. If you're looking for Android games, I think I had tried it in the past, but off late I haven't seen if it allows machine learning models as well. You could use the App Inventor. It's a free, like again for people who still don't know Android programming, you can use App Inventor. Let me try. Let me show you the site. Yeah, it's. I'm just opening it. So yeah, it's a project by MIT where it allows you to create your own Android applications. It need not be just games. It could be like something to do with IoT also, where you can you can create mobile applications, Android applications using this platform. It's more like a drag and drop platform itself. Something fun to work with. I'm sure like this was something. This will be something which will be of help for Android games development. Yeah, any other thing which, because I think there have been so many, I've not been able to answer all the questions. I tried whenever possible to look at the chat, but it was scrolling at that speed that I might have missed some questions as well.
It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Hi, Kana.
Mostly
Rohit.
questions.
Thank you so much. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Thank you. There are more questions coming your way. So what we could definitely do is to create a group or curate all these questions and maybe share it with you in due
Yeah,
course.
sure.
Yeah. I hope it was worth your time and effort also, Ghana. While I'm sure students would have learned immensely.
Yeah.
Hello participants, if you have any feedback for us, please share it with us. We'll be more than happy. Please do join us tomorrow. We have fantastic line of speakers tomorrow also, and tomorrow you learn to build your own chatbots from this man on your screen. So please be with us tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. We have ex head of robotics Microsoft coming and talking about how artificial intelligence and robotics are going together. Please be there. Yes, you can leave now. Thank you so much for today. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Bye.
Rohit, just one thing. So if in
Yes,
case they
sir.
have any questions, they can feel free to send me
I
email
am
or
I am
on
taking
Twitter.
this screenshot and putting in that group, Hannah. That this
Okay,
is
sounds
awesome.
good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye, everyone. Bye.